Welcome to another episode of History to Relax. If you enjoy our quiet journeys through time and want to support the channel, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe. It helps us a lot and allows us to keep telling these stories. For those who want to go a step further and support our work with a donation, you can find us at ko-fi.com/history to relax. Now, find a comfortable spot, take a deep breath, close your eyes, and let us travel back in time. The wind blowing off Lake Michigan has always been cold. Even in the middle of summer, a sudden breeze sweeping over the dark, restless water can make you shiver. But in the winter, that wind becomes something else entirely. It turns sharp, it bites at your face and freezes the breath in your lungs. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, this freezing wind carried the scent of a city that was changing too fast. It smelled of burning coal, damp wood, and melting steel. Chicago was not a quiet place. It was a city of endless noise. It was the sound of train wheels screeching against iron tracks, bringing cattle, timber, and hopeful people from all over the country. It was the sound of hammers hitting nails, building towers that scraped the grey sky. It was a city of pure energy, driven by the desire to grow, to expand, and above all, to make money. But underneath the loud, roaring engines of progress, there was another city, a quiet, hidden world that existed in the shadows. This was a world of dimly lit saloons, secret back rooms, and narrow alleys where the streetlights did not quite reach. In this hidden city, the rules were different. The laws written in books did not matter as much as the laws of survival, loyalty, and power. To understand how a small group of men came to rule these shadows, we have to look at the people who were arriving at the train stations and the docks. Every day, thousands of immigrants stepped onto the muddy streets of Chicago. They came from Ireland, from Germany, from Poland, and from Italy. They arrived with worn-out suitcases, carrying little more than the clothes on their backs and a desperate hope for a better life. They had been told stories of a land where the streets were paved with gold. But when they arrived, they did not find gold. They found dirt, hard work, and deep prejudice. Many of these newcomers were forced into the poorest neighborhoods. They lived in crowded apartments where the air was thick and the walls were thin. They took the jobs no one else wanted. They dug the ditches, they swept the streets, and they worked in the dangerous, bloody rooms of the meatpacking plants. It was a hard, exhausting life. But within these tight-knit communities, people took care of each other. When the police would not protect them and the politicians ignored them, they turned to their own. This environment was the perfect soil for a different kind of leadership to grow. In the Italian neighborhoods, power did not come from a shiny badge or a fancy political office. It came from respect, fear, and the ability to get things done. One of the first men to understand how to turn this respect into an empire was a man named Vincenzo Colosimo. But the streets of Chicago simply knew him as Big Jim. Big Jim Colosimo arrived in America as a young boy. Like so many others, he started with nothing. He worked as a simple street sweeper, walking the dusty, horse-drawn avenues of Chicago with a broom in his hand. But Big Jim had a mind that saw opportunities where others only saw dirt. He was a big, charming man with a loud laugh and a love for shiny things. He wore heavy diamond rings on his thick fingers and pinned sparkling jewels to his ties. He wanted everyone to know that he was someone important. He soon realized that sweeping streets alone would never make him rich. But organizing the street sweepers could. He formed a union, bringing the workers together. Suddenly, he had the loyalty of hundreds of men. And in a city where votes could be bought and sold, having the loyalty of hundreds of men meant you had power. The local politicians, the men who ran the corrupt city government, noticed Big Jim. They saw that he could control the votes in his neighborhood. So they made a deal with him. He would make sure his people voted for the right politicians, and in return, the politicians would let Big Jim do whatever he wanted in the shadows. With the protection of the city officials, Big Jim started to build his empire. He stepped away from the dusty streets and moved into the world of entertainment and vice. He opened saloons, gambling houses, and places where men went to lose their money and forget their hard lives. His most famous place was called Colosimo's Cafe. If you were to walk into Colosimo's Cafe on a Saturday night, you would feel like you had stepped into a different world. The air was thick with the sweet smell of expensive cigars and heavy perfume. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a warm golden light on the velvet curtains. The music was loud and lively. Big Jim loved opera, and he would often pay famous singers to come and perform at his cafe. It was a place where rich businessmen, corrupt politicians, and dangerous men from the streets all sat together, drinking from the same expensive bottles of wine. Big Jim was the king of this world. He stood near the door, shaking hands, laughing his big laugh, and flashing his diamond rings. He had built a machine that printed money. But Big Jim was a man of the old world. He liked his business the way it was. He liked the gambling and the cafes. He was happy with what he had built and did not want to push things too far. He wanted peace, not war. But Chicago was a city that never stopped moving, and the world around Big Jim was changing faster than he realized. There were younger, hungrier men watching him. Men who did not just want a neighborhood. They wanted the whole city. Big Jim had a nephew back in New York. A quiet, smart and calculating young man named John Torrio. Johnny Torrio was everything Big Jim was not. Where Big Jim was loud and flashy, Johnny was silent and invisible. Where Big Jim wore diamonds, Johnny wore simple dark suits that made him look like a boring bank clerk. Johnny did not care about being famous or loved. He only cared about structure, efficiency, and profit. When Big Jim started having trouble with extortion gangs trying to take his money, he called for his nephew. He asked Johnny Torrio to come to Chicago and help him fix the problem. Big Jim thought he was just bringing in a smart relative to help clean up the streets. He did not know that by inviting Johnny Torrio to Chicago, he was planting the seed that would grow into the most powerful criminal organization in American history. Johnny packed his bags and boarded a train heading west. As he sat looking out the window, watching the landscape change from the crowded streets of New York to the wide open plains, he was already planning. When the train finally hissed to a stop in the cold, windy station of Chicago, Johnny stepped onto the platform. He pulled his dark coat tight against the biting wind. He looked at the smoking chimneys and the towering buildings of his new city. He did not see just a place to live. He saw a massive, unorganized business waiting for a clever manager to take over. And Johnny Torrio was very, very clever. Johnny Torrio did not waste time when he arrived in Chicago. He walked into Big Jim's world with his quiet steps, observing everything. Big Jim was terrified of a group known as the Black Hand. These were crude, violent men who sent letters decorated with drawings of skulls and bleeding daggers, demanding money. If you did not pay, they would bomb your business or shoot you in the street. Big Jim was losing sleep. He had tried to pay them, but they always came back for more. Johnny listened to his uncle's fears. He nodded slowly, his dark eyes calculating the problem. He did not yell. He did not threaten to tear the city apart. Instead, Johnny set a trap. He arranged for Big Jim to leave a package of money at a specific drop-off location, a dark, lonely alleyway. But when the men from the Black Hand arrived to collect their easy prize, they did not find a frightened cafe owner. They found Johnny Torrio's men waiting in the shadows. The problem of the Black Hand was solved quickly and quietly. The police were not involved. The newspapers had nothing to write about. Big Jim was safe, his empire secure once again. He was so grateful that he made Johnny his second in command. Johnny was given control over the day-to-day operations of the gambling houses and the secret back rooms. For a few years, things ran smoothly. Big Jim stayed in the bright lights of his cafe, listening to the opera singers and wearing his diamonds. But Johnny was working in the background, looking at the books, counting the money, and organizing the men. Johnny realized something that Big Jim could not see. He saw that the scattered gangs of Chicago were wasting their energy, fighting each other over small pieces of territory. Johnny envisioned a syndicate, a massive, unified corporation, where everyone worked together to maximize profits and minimize violence. Violence, to Johnny Torrio, was bad for business. It brought the police. It scared away customers. It disrupted the flow of money. If a problem could be solved with a conversation and a bribe, Johnny would always choose that path. He started making friends across the city. He shook hands with Irish gang leaders, Jewish bootleggers, and Polish smugglers. He spoke softly and made promises he actually kept. Slowly, he was building a network of trust in a city built on betrayal. But there was a dark cloud gathering on the horizon, one that would change the course of American history and turn Johnny's organized network into an empire of gold and blood. The temperance movement was sweeping across the country. Groups of citizens, mostly driven by religious beliefs, were demanding an end to the sale of alcohol. They marched in the streets, singing hymns and smashing saloon windows with axes. They blamed alcohol for poverty, crime, and ruined families. Politicians, always eager to secure votes, began to listen. The whispers of a new law, a constitutional amendment that would ban the production and sale of intoxicating liquors, grew louder. Most people did not believe it would actually happen. Big Jim Colosimo certainly did not believe it. To him, asking a working man in Chicago to give up his evening beer was a joke. He laughed it off, returning to his opera and his expensive wines. But Johnny Torrio did not laugh. He read the newspapers. He paid attention to the political winds shifting in Washington. He knew that if this law passed, it would not stop people from drinking. It would simply make drinking illegal. And when something millions of people want becomes illegal, the men who can provide it become kings. Johnny tried to explain this to Big Jim. He told his uncle that they needed to prepare. They needed to secure breweries, buy trucks, and establish safe routes for smuggling. He saw a river of money waiting to flow into their hands. But Big Jim shook his heavy head. He was getting older, he was wealthy, and he had recently fallen deeply in love with a young singer named Dale Winter. He wanted to marry her and live a peaceful life. He did not want to risk a war with the federal government over bootleg whiskey. The tension between the two men grew in the quietest of ways. Johnny respected his uncle, but he could not let a golden opportunity slip through his fingers. The city was on the edge of a massive transformation. The year was 1919, and the Volstead Act was passed, bringing the era of Prohibition into law. Starting in January of the following year, the entire country would go dry. Johnny knew he needed more men he could trust. Men who were young, hungry, and unafraid of the violent world they were about to enter. He needed someone who could handle the rough work on the streets while Johnny managed the politics and the money. He thought back to his days in New York, to a tough street gang he used to run with. There was one boy, a teenager with a thick build, quick fists, and a mind sharper than a straight razor. Johnny sent a message back east. He reached out to this young man, offering him a job in Chicago, a chance to leave the crowded slums of Brooklyn and make real money. The young man accepted the offer. He packed his meager belongings, said goodbye to his family, and boarded a train heading west, just as Johnny had done years before. When this young man arrived in the Windy City, he carried a couple of deep, jagged scars across his left cheek, earned in a knife fight at a New York dance hall. His name was Alphonse. But soon, the entire world would know him by a different name. Al Capone stepped down from the train car, his heavy shoes hitting the wooden platform with a dull thud. He was only 20 years old, yet his eyes carried the heavy, cautious look of a man who had already seen too much of the dark corners of the world. He pulled his thick coat tight against his chest, feeling the sharp, unforgiving chill of the Chicago air. He had left the crowded, familiar streets of Brooklyn behind, for a city he did not know, trusting only the word of the quiet man who had sent for him. Johnny Torrio was waiting. He did not greet the young man with loud cheers or a warm embrace. Torrio was a man of business, and Capone was his new investment. Torrio brought him to a building located at 2222 South Wabash Avenue. In the neighborhood, it was simply known as the Four Deuces. To any ordinary person walking past, it looked like a standard, slightly tired saloon. Men would wander in for a cheap drink and a moment of rest. But the Four Deuces was the beating heart of Torrio's growing operation. The first floor was a bar. The second floor was dedicated to gambling. The floors above that housed the darker, more profitable trades of the underworld. Torrio did not give Capone a seat at the boss's table right away. He placed him at the front door. Capone was hired as a bouncer, a man paid to use his heavy fists to keep the peace, throw out the drunks, and make sure no one caused trouble for the paying customers. It was hard, physical work. The saloon smelled constantly of spilled beer, cheap cigars, and sweat. Every night was a test of strength and patience. But Capone was not just muscle. As he stood by the door, watching the flow of men and money, he paid attention. He watched how Torrio spoke to the police officers who came looking for bribes. He watched how Torrio never raised his voice, never made a threat he did not need to make, and always kept a neat, precise ledger of every dollar that came in and went out. Torrio saw the sharp mind hiding behind the scars on Capone's face. Slowly, he pulled the young man away from the door and brought him into the back rooms. He taught him that a clever mind and a well-kept notebook were far more dangerous than a loaded gun. As Capone learned the quiet art of management, the world outside was shifting. The year 1922 arrived, and with it came the Volstead Act. Across the United States, the legal flow of alcohol came to a complete stop. Breweries closed their doors. Saloons were ordered to dump their barrels into the gutters. The government promised a new era of clean living and moral purity. But human nature is a stubborn thing. A law written on a piece of paper in Washington could not erase the thirst of millions of working men and women. They still wanted a cold drink after a long, exhausting shift at the factories. They still wanted to dance in the crowded halls on a Saturday night. The demand for alcohol did not disappear. It simply went underground, waiting in the shadows for someone bold enough to supply it. Johnny Torrio saw a river of gold. He saw an opportunity to turn their modest neighborhood operation into an empire that would span the entire city. But there was a heavy obstacle standing in his way. Big Jim Colosimo still sat on the throne. Big Jim had recently married Dale Winter, a beautiful young singer who had captured his heart. He was tired. He was comfortable. He wanted to enjoy his massive wealth, listen to his opera records, and take long vacations with his new wife. When Torrio came to him, explaining the vast fortunes they could make by taking over the illegal alcohol trade, Big Jim shook his head. He refused to get involved in bootlegging. He believed it would bring federal agents to their doors. He believed it would invite too much violence, too much heat, and ruin the peaceful kingdom he had built. Torrio argued. He pleaded quietly. He explained that if they did not step into the bootlegging business, other, far more violent men would. They would lose their power. They would be swallowed whole by the new, hungry gangs forming in the dark alleys. But Big Jim was immovable. The old king was blind to the new world. In the criminal underworld, an immovable obstacle is a dangerous thing to be. When a man blocks a river of gold, he does not last long. On a warm, quiet afternoon in May of 1920, Big Jim Colosimo went to his famous cafe. The doors were closed to the public. The chairs were stacked on the tables, and the crystal chandeliers were turned off. The large, empty room was silent, smelling faintly of stale wine and lemon polish. Big Jim was waiting for a delivery of fresh pasta and olive oil. He stood near the entrance, a heavy diamond ring catching the dim light coming through the front windows. Someone stepped out from the shadows of the cloakroom, a man holding a gun. There were no grand speeches. There was no time to bargain. A single shot echoed through the empty cafe, shattering the peaceful afternoon. Big Jim Colosimo, the first great architect of the Chicago underworld, fell to the floor. His heavy body hit the tiles, his blood slowly pooling around his expensive leather shoes. The king was dead. The police arrived quickly, their sirens wailing through the streets. They found the cafe exactly as it had been, minus the life of its owner. They questioned everyone. They questioned Johnny Torrio, who appeared deeply saddened by the loss of his beloved uncle. They questioned Al Capone, who stood quietly by Torrio's side. The police suspected a ruthless hitman from New York named Frankie Yale, a friend of Torrio's. They even brought him in for questioning. But in a city where silence is bought and sold, no witnesses stepped forward. No weapon was ever linked to a suspect. The murder of Big Jim Colosimo remained officially unsolved, swallowed by the thick fog of Chicago's secrets. With Big Jim gone, there was no one left to say no. Johnny Torrio stepped up to take control of the empire. He did not throw a lavish party or buy a crown of diamonds. He simply went back to his desk, opened his ledgers, and went to work. Torrio immediately moved the organization into the bootlegging business. He bought up the old abandoned breweries that had been shut down by the government. He hired chemists to brew beer and distill spirits in hidden basements. He bought fleets of heavy trucks to move the barrels through the city at night. He put Al Capone in charge of making sure those trucks arrived safely at their destinations. Chicago was a massive city, a sprawling grid of neighborhoods divided by race, language, and culture. There were the Irish gangs holding the north side, the Polish gangs in the west, and various other factions clinging to their own tight streets. Before Prohibition, these groups fought bitter, bloody wars over small gambling debts and tiny stretches of pavement. Torrio knew that war was expensive. Bullets cost money, and dead men cannot pay for drinks. He proposed a revolutionary idea. He invited the leaders of all the major rival gangs to a meeting, sitting in a smoky room, surrounded by men who would normally kill each other on sight. Torrio laid out a map of Chicago. He took a pen and drew clear, dark lines across the streets and rivers. He offered them peace. He proposed that each gang would control their own territory. They would have the exclusive right to sell alcohol, run gambling houses, and manage their businesses within their borders without fear of attack from the others. Torrio's organization would act as the primary supplier, brewing the beer and importing the fine whiskey from Canada, selling it to the other gangs at a fair price. It was a brilliant, logical plan. It was the birth of the modern syndicate. For a brief, golden moment, the men in the room looked at the map, looked at the quiet, unassuming man sitting at the head of the table, and agreed. They shook hands. The violence stopped. The money began to flow. It was not just a river, it was an ocean. Thousands of illegal bars, known as speakeasies, opened across the city. They were hidden behind thick wooden doors in the backs of butcher shops, underneath flower stores, and in the basements of quiet apartment buildings. To get in, you had to know the right knock or whisper a secret password through a small slit in the wood. Inside, jazz bands played loud, frantic music. Women with short hair and sparkling dresses danced until the early hours of the morning. Men drank cold beer from teacups to hide the smell from the street. The entire city was drinking. Judges, police officers, and the mayor himself were regular customers in these hidden rooms. Torrio and Capone were making more money in a week than most honest men could make in a lifetime. They bought beautiful suits, expensive cars, and houses in quiet, respectable neighborhoods. But peace, in a world built on illegal fortunes, is a very fragile thing. The borders Torrio drew on the map were invisible, and human greed knows no boundaries. As the piles of cash grew higher, the men running the north side began to look across the invisible lines, wondering why they should share the city when they could take it all. The men who looked across those invisible lines were not the kind to be satisfied with just a piece of the pie. They were the North Side Gang, a tight, fiercely loyal group of mostly Irish-American bootleggers, thieves, and tough guys who had grown up fighting for every inch of pavement. At the head of this gang was a man who perfectly represented the strange, contradictory nature of Chicago in the 1920s. His name was Charles Dean O'Banion, but everyone on the street simply called him Dion. If you walked into Schofield's flower shop on State Street on a bright Tuesday morning, you might see Dion O'Banion carefully trimming the stems of white lilies. He loved flowers. He arranged orchids and roses with the gentle hands of an artist. He had a round, smiling face, bright blue eyes, and he sang in the church choir on Sundays. He was generous to the poor families in his neighborhood, always ready to hand out a crisp dollar bill to a hungry child. But beneath the tailored suit and the sweet smell of the flower shop, O'Banion carried 3 loaded guns in specially tailored pockets. O'Banion was wild, unpredictable, and deeply stubborn. While Johnny Torrio believed in diplomacy and quiet business, O'Banion believed in taking whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted it. His territory included the wealthy Gold Coast, the most glamorous part of the city, where the rich drank the finest smuggled whiskey. But O'Banion was not content with just the Gold Coast. He looked south, toward the booming empire Torrio and young Al Capone were building, and he felt a sharp sting of jealousy. The peace treaty Torrio had carefully negotiated began to crack in the dark, muddy roads just outside the city. It started quietly. A truck loaded with Torrio's expensive imported alcohol would be driving slowly through the night, its heavy tires sinking into the unpaved dirt. Suddenly, 2 cars would block the road. Men with shotguns would step out of the shadows, forcing Torrio's drivers to the ground. They would drive the truck away, stealing thousands of dollars worth of liquid gold in a matter of minutes. Everyone knew who was doing it. O'Banion's men were hijacking Torrio's shipments and laughing about it in their north side bars. It was a direct insult, a slap in the face to the man who had brought order to the underworld. When Capone heard about the stolen trucks, his blood boiled. The young man from Brooklyn had a terrible temper, a sharp contrast to his quiet mentor. He wanted to gather their men, drive up to State Street, and shoot O'Banion right in the middle of his precious flower shop. But Torrio raised a calm hand. He told Capone to wait. He explained that a dead gang leader would start a war that would cost them millions and bring the police crashing down on their heads. Torrio decided to swallow his pride. He went to O'Banion, talked to him softly, and even offered him a larger share of the profits to keep the peace. O'Banion took the money, smiled his bright smile, and continued to steal the trucks anyway. As the tension between the north and south sides slowly tightened like a wire, a new problem arose, one that Torrio could not simply bribe away. The political winds in Chicago suddenly changed direction. For years, the city had been run by Mayor William Hale Thompson, a corrupt, loud politician who gladly took the syndicate's money and looked the other way. But the public had finally grown tired of the open crime and the scandalous headlines. In 1923, they elected a new mayor, a man named William Dever. Mayor Dever was a man of his word, and his word was strict enforcement of the law. Almost overnight, the comfortable blanket of police protection was pulled away. Police officers who used to drink at the speakeasies were now swinging axes, smashing the wooden bars, and pouring barrels of beer into the street. The heavy iron doors of Torrio's illegal breweries were locked by federal agents. The heart of Chicago was suddenly a very dangerous place to do business. Torrio sat in his office, looking out the window at the nervous city. He knew they could not fight the entire police force. If they stayed in the center of Chicago, their empire would be dismantled piece by piece. They needed a new home, a place where Mayor Dever's honest police officers had no power. Torrio unrolled his map of the region. His finger traced the city limits and stopped on a small, working-class town just over the western border of Chicago. The town was called Cicero. Cicero was a quiet place, filled with factories and small brick houses. It had its own mayor, its own police force, and its own rules. Torrio saw it as the perfect fortress. He called Al Capone into his office and gave him his first major command. Capone was no longer just a bouncer or a truck manager. He was tasked with conquering a town. Capone moved into Cicero like a conquering general. He set up his headquarters at the Hawthorne Inn, a sturdy brick building on 22nd Street. From the outside, it looked like a normal hotel, but inside, Capone transformed it into a fortress. He installed bulletproof shutters on the windows. He placed armed guards at every door. The entire second floor was converted into a massive command center, where Capone controlled the local politicians, the police, and the flow of alcohol. Taking over Cicero was not a gentle process. Capone did not use Torrio's quiet diplomacy. He used his thick wads of cash to buy the local officials, and for those who refused to be bought, he used fear. When the local elections took place in the spring of 1924, Capone wanted to make absolutely sure that his chosen politicians won. He sent hundreds of his men out into the streets of Cicero. They stood outside the voting booths with guns in their coats, glaring at the factory workers who came to vote. They kidnapped election workers who opposed them, holding them tied to chairs in dark basements until the polls closed. It was a brutal, ugly display of power. The newspapers called it the Cicero election riot. Gunfire echoed through the quiet streets, and innocent people hid under their beds. By the end of the day, Capone's men had won. Cicero belonged entirely to the syndicate. It was a safe haven where the beer could flow freely and the gambling could continue without interruption. But the noise of the election had drawn unwanted attention. And back in Chicago, Dean O'Banion was watching Capone's rise with bitter resentment. The flower shop boss decided it was time to play his most dangerous game yet. O'Banion owned a massive, illegal brewery on the north side, hidden inside an old warehouse. He sent a message to Johnny Torrio, claiming that he wanted to retire. He said he was tired of the business and wanted to move to Colorado for his health. He offered to sell his prized brewery to Torrio and Capone for a massive sum of money, $500,000. Torrio, always eager to expand their production, saw this as a perfect opportunity. Not only would they get a fantastic brewery, but they would finally be rid of their most irritating rival. He agreed to the price. On a dark evening, Torrio arrived at the brewery with bags full of cash to finalize the deal. O'Banion shook his hand, took the money, and smiled his charming, boyish smile. What Torrio did not know was that O'Banion had received a tip earlier that day. He knew that federal agents had discovered the brewery and were planning a massive raid that very night. Less than an hour after O'Banion left the building with the money, the wooden doors of the warehouse were smashed open. Federal agents swarmed the floor, guns drawn. Johnny Torrio, the quiet, careful architect who had spent his entire life avoiding the police, was caught standing right in the middle of a working illegal brewery. He was arrested, humiliated, and faced guaranteed prison time. As Torrio sat in the cold, damp holding cell, listening to the loud clank of the iron bars, he finally understood. O'Banion had not just stolen his money. He had made a fool of him in front of the entire underworld. The quiet patience of Johnny Torrio finally snapped. The time for diplomacy was over. The map was torn to pieces. The streets of Chicago were about to run red, and Al Capone was finally going to be let off his leash. The iron bars of the holding cell cast long, cold shadows across Johnny Torrio's face. For a man who had spent his entire life slipping quietly through the cracks of the law, the sound of the heavy cell door locking was a deafening defeat. He was released on bail shortly after the raid, stepping out into the brisk Chicago air a free man, but a changed one. The humiliation burned deep. Dion O'Banion had not just stolen $500,000. He had broken the one rule that held their fragile world together. He had crossed the line from business rival to an active, unmanageable threat. Torrio returned to his headquarters. He did not yell. He did not throw glasses or flip tables. He sat behind his heavy wooden desk, his face perfectly blank, and poured himself a small glass of water. Al Capone sat across from him, his broad shoulders tense, waiting for the word. The young enforcer could feel the shift in the room. The era of quiet diplomacy was officially dead. Torrio looked up at Capone, his eyes dark and empty. There was no need for a long discussion. The decision was already made in the silence between them. The florist of the north side had to be removed. It took time to plan. You could not simply walk up to a man like Dion O'Banion and shoot him in the street. O'Banion was always armed, always alert, and surrounded by his fiercely loyal Irish gunmen. To get to him, they needed to reach him in the one place where his guard was down as down. They needed to find him among his beloved flowers. November in Chicago brings a bitter chill that strips the leaves from the trees and turns the sky a flat, pale grey. On the morning of November 10th, 1924, the air outside Schofield's flower shop on State Street was freezing, but inside it was warm and smelled heavily of damp earth and sweet chrysanthemums. O'Banion was in his element. He was standing in the back room, humming softly to himself as he trimmed the stems of a large, expensive floral arrangement. He was expecting a client to pick up a custom wreath for a funeral. The bell above the front door rang with a sharp, cheerful jingle. O'Banion wiped his hands on an apron and walked out to the front counter. 3 men had just stepped in from the cold. They wore dark overcoats and heavy fedoras pulled low over their eyes. O'Banion recognized at least one of them, a man who occasionally did business with the Southside Syndicate. Believing they were simply there to pick up the funeral wreath, O'Banion smiled his trademark boyish grin and reached out his right hand in greeting. The man in the middle took O'Banion's hand, but he did not let go. He gripped it tightly, pulling the florist slightly forward off balance. O'Banion's smile vanished. In that split second, he understood. He reached with his left hand toward the hidden pocket in his tailored suit, reaching for one of his 3 loaded guns. But he was too late. The 2 other men drew their weapons from their heavy coats. The quiet of the flower shop was shattered by the deafening roar of gunfire. 6 shots echoed through the store, echoing off the glass windows and tearing through the delicate orchids and roses. O'Banion fell backward, crashing into a display of white lilies, scattering petals across the blood-stained floor. The 3 men did not run out in a panic. They calmly turned around, walked out the front door, stepped into a waiting dark blue car, and disappeared into the morning traffic. The assassination of Dion O'Banion sent a shockwave through the city of Chicago. It was the boldest, most violent strike the underworld had ever seen. But the strangest part of the entire event was not the murder itself. It was what happened 3 days later. O'Banion's funeral was a spectacle that rivaled the burial of a king. The streets of the North Side were completely shut down. A massive parade of cars, stretching for miles, followed the silver casket. Thousands of people lined the sidewalks, weeping for the man who had bought them groceries and paid their heating bills during the freezing winters. 26 cars were needed just to carry the floral arrangements. The scent of thousands of roses, lilies, and orchids masked the smell of the city exhaust. And right there, among the grieving crowds and the corrupt politicians paying their respects, were Johnny Torrio and Al Capone. They stood quietly in their expensive black suits, their faces solemn. They had even sent a massive basket of pink roses to the funeral home, complete with a card expressing their deepest sympathies. It was the ultimate display of underworld theater. They had ordered the hit, and now they were mourning the victim. It was a cold, calculated move designed to show the city that they were untouchable, that they were simply businessmen observing a tragedy. But the men of the North Side gang were not fooled by the pink roses. They stood around the open grave, their eyes fixed on Torrio and Capone, their hearts heavy with a dark, boiling rage. O'Banion had been a father figure to them. He had pulled them from the gutters and made them rich. The grief they felt quickly hardened into something much more dangerous. Among those standing at the edge of the grave was a man named Earl Weiss, though the streets knew him as Jaime. Jaime Weiss was a completely different creature from O'Banion. O'Banion loved attention. He loved the spotlight and the romantic image of the gentleman bandit. Jaime Weiss had no romance in his soul. He did not care about flower shops or singing in the church choir. He was a cold, deeply religious man who was completely ruthless. He was perhaps the only man in Chicago whom Al Capone genuinely feared. As the dirt was thrown over O'Banion's silver casket, Jaime Weiss made a quiet vow. He would not stop, he would not negotiate, and he would not rest until Johnny Torrio and Al Capone were lying in the same cold ground. The peace treaty was dead, buried right there in the Mount Carmel cemetery. The atmosphere in Chicago changed overnight. The vibrant, loud energy of the Roaring Twenties suddenly felt entirely different. The jazz music still played in the hidden speakeasies, and the champagne still flowed in the underground clubs, but a thick blanket of paranoia settled over the streets. The city had become a hunting ground. Al Capone knew they were coming. He stopped walking the streets of Cicero freely. He moved his family into a heavily guarded brick house on the south side, and rarely left without an army of men surrounding him. He ordered a custom-built Cadillac. It was painted a dark, unassuming black, but underneath the paint, it was lined with thick steel plates. The windows were made of heavy, bulletproof glass, and a small, hidden hatch was installed in the back, allowing his men to fire machine guns from inside the car while driving. Capone had built a rolling tank to protect himself from the storm he had helped create. Johnny Torrio, however, was older. The stress of the coming war was eating away at him. He had spent his entire life avoiding the spotlight, avoiding the violent chaos of the streets. Now, he found himself at the very center of it. He started looking over his shoulder every time he left his apartment. He stopped taking his usual routes to work. The money was pouring in faster than they could count it, but for the first time in his life, Torrio realized that all the gold in the world could not buy him a quiet night of sleep. The hunters of the north side were patient. Jaime Weiss and his men, including a sharp, erratic gunman named George Bugs Moran, began tracking Torrio's movements. They watched his apartment building. They learned his schedule. They knew that despite all his precautions, Torrio had one weakness: his routine. He liked to go shopping with his wife, returning home in the late afternoon. It was a cold January day in 1925 when the hunters finally trapped their prey. Torrio and his wife had just returned from a shopping trip. Their car pulled up in front of their quiet, respectable apartment building on the south side. The street was seemingly empty. The grey winter sky threatened snow. Torrio stepped out of the car, his arms full of heavy grocery bags. He told his wife to go on ahead into the building where it was warm. As she walked up the steps, two dark, unmarked cars suddenly turned the corner, their tires sliding slightly on the icy road. They screeched to a halt right in front of Torrio. The doors flew open. Jaime Weiss and Bugs Moran stepped out onto the cold pavement, their heavy overcoats flapping in the wind. They did not say a word. They raised their shotguns and pointed them directly at the architect of the Chicago underworld. The deafening roar of the shotguns tore through the quiet winter afternoon, shattering the peace of the neighborhood. The heavy grocery bags slipped from Johnny Torrio's hands. Oranges and apples spilled across the icy pavement, rolling away as the first blast hit him. Torrio was thrown backward against the cold metal of his car. He did not yell. The shock of the impact took his breath away, replacing the freezing air in his lungs with a sharp, burning pain. Two more blasts echoed off the brick buildings. Torrio fell heavily to the ground, his blood melting the thin layer of snow beneath him. He was hit in the jaw, the arm, and the chest. The architect of the Chicago underworld lay helpless on the sidewalk of his own home. He looked up, his vision blurring, and saw the dark silhouettes of Jaime, Weiss, and Bugs Moran stepping closer. Bugs Moran walked up to the bleeding man. He stood directly over Torrio, his face twisted in a mask of pure hatred. He aimed his weapon directly at Torrio's head. This was the moment. The revenge for Dion O'Banion was about to be completed. Moran pulled the trigger. But instead of a deafening explosion, there was only a sharp, empty click. The gun had jammed. Or it was empty. In the chaos and the freezing cold, the mechanism had failed. Moran cursed loudly. Before he could draw another weapon, the shrill sound of a police whistle pierced the air from down the street. The heavy wooden doors of the apartment building were swinging open as people, terrified by the noise, began to look outside. Weiss grabbed Moran by the shoulder. They had run out of time. They jumped back into their dark cars, the tires spinning wildly on the ice before gripping the road and speeding away into the grey afternoon. Johnny Torrio was left bleeding on the sidewalk, surrounded by crushed groceries and the sharp smell of gunpowder. Paramedics rushed him to the Jackson Park Hospital. The news spread through the city faster than a fire in a dry barn. When Al Capone heard that his mentor, the man who had brought him to Chicago and taught him everything, had been shot, his legendary temper exploded. Capone arrived at the hospital not as a visitor, but as a commanding general. He brought an army with him. Within an hour, the hospital was turned into an armed fortress. Men with heavy coats and hidden weapons stood at every entrance, in the lobbies, and by the elevators. Capone himself slept on a small cot outside Torrio's door, refusing to leave. He personally tasted all the food that was brought to the room, terrified that the North Side gang would try to finish the job with poison. Inside the sterile, quiet hospital room, Johnny Torrio lay wrapped in thick white bandages. His jaw was wired shut. Every breath was a struggle. For days he hovered between life and death. But as his body slowly began to heal, his mind was already made up. Lying in that bed, staring at the white ceiling, Torrio felt something he had never truly felt before. Exhaustion. Deep, bone-chilling exhaustion. He was no longer the sharp, invisible manager, calculating profits in a quiet office. He was an aging man who had just looked directly into the barrel of a gun. He had built an empire of unimaginable wealth. But what good was a mountain of gold if you could not walk down your own street without being filled with lead? The fear had finally broken him. When Torrio was strong enough to speak, he asked Capone to sit by his bed. The room was silent, save for the slow, rhythmic ticking of a clock on the wall. Torrio looked at the young man from Brooklyn, the bouncer he had transformed into a king. He did not offer a long, dramatic speech. Through his wired jaw, he simply said, "It is yours, Al. I'm leaving." And just like that, the empire changed hands. As soon as Torrio was healthy enough to travel, he surrendered to the police to serve a 9-month prison sentence for the O'Banion Brewery raid, a sentence he now welcomed, as the prison walls offered the only real safety from Jaime Weiss. After serving his time, Torrio quietly packed his bags, took his massive fortune, and left Chicago forever. He moved back to Italy and later to New York, living a quiet, peaceful life, far away from the blood-stained streets of the Midwest. Al Capone was now the undisputed boss of the largest, most profitable criminal syndicate in America. He was only 26 years old. The transition of power changed the very atmosphere of Chicago. Torrio had been a ghost, a man who believed that anonymity was the best defense. Capone was the exact opposite. He was loud, he was large, and he wanted the entire world to know his name. He did not hide in the shadows. He embraced the bright, flashing lights of the Roaring Twenties. Capone moved his headquarters to the Lexington Hotel on Michigan Avenue. He did not just rent a room. He took over the entire 4th and 5th floors. The Lexington became his castle. The halls were constantly filled with politicians, judges, police officers, and heavily armed guards. Capone dressed in custom-made suits of bright yellow, sharp blue, and deep purple. He wore a heavy diamond ring on his pinky finger, much like Big Jim Colosimo had done years before, but no one dared to mock him. He began attending baseball games, sitting in the front row and waving to the crowds. He went to the opera, crying real tears at the tragic arias, surrounded by bodyguards. He gave hundreds of dollars to beggars on the street and paid for the hospital bills of strangers. He wanted to be seen as a generous benefactor, a modern-day Robin Hood, who was simply giving the thirsty people of Chicago what they wanted. He famously told the newspapers, "I'm just a businessman, giving the people what they want." And the people loved him for it. The newspapers followed his every move, turning him into a dark celebrity. But the bright lights of Capone's fame cast very long, very dark shadows. While the public saw a smiling, generous man in a silk suit, the men of the underworld saw a ruthless dictator who demanded absolute loyalty. The wealth of the Capone empire was staggering. By the mid-1920s, the syndicate was making millions of dollars a week. They controlled the breweries, the hidden distilleries, the gambling houses, and the vast networks of speakeasies. Trucks rumbled through the night, bringing high-quality whiskey down from Canada, crossing the dark waters of the Great Lakes in speedboats to avoid the Coast Guard. But all that money could not buy peace. The North Side Gang, now fully under the command of the deeply religious and incredibly violent Jaime Weiss, refused to surrender. They did not care about Capone's fame or his political connections. They only cared about revenge. The war escalated to a level of violence that the city had never seen. It was no longer just men shooting at each other in dark alleys. It was a war of drive-by shootings in broad daylight. It was a war that introduced a terrifying new sound to the streets of Chicago: the rapid, mechanical stutter of the Thompson submachine gun. The Tommy gun, as it came to be known, could fire hundreds of rounds a minute. It was a weapon of war, designed for the trenches of Europe, but it found its true home in the hands of gangsters speeding down Michigan Avenue. Capone's bulletproof Cadillac was no longer just a precaution, it was a necessity. Every time he left the Lexington Hotel, he was stepping into a battlefield. Jaime Weiss was relentless. He launched attack after attack on Capone's businesses, bombing speakeasies and shooting at his men. The air in Chicago grew heavy with the smell of exhaust, cheap alcohol, and copper blood. The violence was getting out of hand, and even Capone, with all his bravado and power, began to feel the immense pressure of the crown he now wore. He realized that to survive, he could not just defend his empire. He had to completely destroy his enemies. To understand the sheer scale of the violence that was about to unfold, you have to picture the town of Cicero in the late summer of 1926. It was a town built on industry, where the air tasted of factory smoke and the rumble of heavy machinery could be heard day and night. But for Al Capone, Cicero was a fortress. It was his personal kingdom, a place where the police saluted him and the politicians ate out of his hand. His throne room was the Hawthorne Hotel. It was a solid, imposing brick building that stood on 22nd Street. The ground floor housed a bustling restaurant, a place filled with the smell of rich tomato sauce, roasted garlic, and expensive cigars. Capone loved to sit at a heavy wooden table near the back, facing the door, surrounded by his most trusted men. He felt invincible there. He believed that the North Side Gang, no matter how angry or desperate they were, would never dare to bring their war into the very heart of his heavily guarded sanctuary. He was wrong. Jaime Weiss was a man who did not care about fortresses or heavily guarded streets. He was driven by a cold, righteous anger over the death of Dion O'Banion, and he was willing to burn down the entire town of Cicero to get his revenge. The afternoon of September 20th, 1926, was warm and hazy. Capone was sitting in the restaurant of the Hawthorne, enjoying a late lunch. He was wearing a light, beautifully tailored suit, laughing with a bodyguard, a cup of strong black coffee resting on the white tablecloth. Outside, the streets of Cicero were going about their normal, noisy business. Suddenly, the ordinary sounds of the town were drowned out by the deep, heavy rumble of powerful engines. It was not just one car. It was a massive convoy. A line of dark, heavy sedans, some say there were as many as 10 or 12, turned the corner and began to roll slowly down 22nd Street, moving in a tight, deliberate formation. The first car did not fire at the hotel. Instead, a man leaned out of the window and fired a Thompson submachine gun directly up into the air. The deafening, rapid-fire stutter echoed off the brick walls like thunder. It was a warning. It was a command for the innocent people on the street to run for their lives, to clear the stage for the slaughter that was about to begin. Pedestrians dropped their shopping bags and threw themselves flat onto the pavement. Mothers grabbed their children and dragged them into alleyways. In seconds, the street in front of the Hawthorne Hotel was completely empty. Then, the true attack began. The convoy slowed to a crawl. As each car passed the front of the hotel, the windows rolled down, and the barrels of shotguns and submachine guns emerged from the dark interiors. Thousands of bullets tore into the Hawthorne Hotel. It sounded like a massive canvas sail being ripped to pieces by a hurricane. The heavy glass windows of the restaurant shattered instantly, raining down in a sparkling, deadly shower. The beautiful wooden doors were splintered into toothpicks. The brick facade of the building was chewed away, filling the air with a thick, choking cloud of red dust. Inside, the restaurant was transformed into a nightmare. Plates exploded. Bottles of wine burst, mixing dark red liquid with the plaster falling from the ceiling. When the first shot rang out, Capone's head bodyguard, a massive man named Frankie Rio, did not hesitate. He tackled Capone to the floor, pinning the boss under his heavy body. They lay flat against the cold tiles, surrounded by falling debris, as bullets flew just inches above their heads, tearing the heavy wooden tables to shreds. The attack lasted for what felt like an eternity. Car after car poured a river of lead into the building. When the final car sped away, its tires squealing against the asphalt, a heavy ringing silence fell over Cicero. The air was so thick with gun smoke and plaster dust that it was hard to breathe. Slowly, the men inside the restaurant began to move. Frankie Rio rolled off his boss. Al Capone stood up, brushing the thick white dust from his ruined suit. Miraculously, he did not have a single scratch on him. But as he looked around at his completely destroyed sanctuary, at the terrified faces of his men and the ruined wreckage of his favorite restaurant, a cold realization settled in his chest. Jaime Weiss had brought an army to his front door. Weiss had proven that nowhere was safe, not even the heart of Capone's own empire. Capone immediately ordered his men to pay for all the damages in the neighborhood. He handed out thick rolls of cash to the shop owners, whose windows had been shattered by stray bullets. He even gave an interview to the terrified local reporters, offering to pay for the medical bills of anyone who had been injured by the flying glass. He tried to project an image of complete calm, acting as if the attack was nothing more than a minor annoyance. He famously offered to sit down with the North Side leaders and negotiate a peace treaty, telling the press that there was enough money in Chicago for everyone to be rich without killing each other. But behind the smiling face and the generous wads of cash, Capone was making a very different plan. The offer of peace was an illusion. The attack on the Hawthorne Hotel had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. Jaime Weiss had to die. Assassinating Weiss, however, was incredibly difficult. Weiss was deeply paranoid. He knew that after the Cicero attack, he was the most wanted man in the city. He never traveled without heavily armed guards. He moved constantly, sleeping in different locations, never following the same routine twice. But Capone had an unlimited supply of money and an army of men willing to do the quiet, boring work of surveillance. Capone's men soon discovered a fatal flaw in Vice's armor. Despite his paranoia, Vice still ran the North Side Empire from the very place where it had all started. The apartments located directly above Schofield's flower shop. It was the same building where Diane O'Banion had been murdered 2 years earlier. Perhaps Vice felt it was a symbol of defiance to stay there. Perhaps he felt that lighting candles and saying prayers in the rooms above the shop kept O'Banion's memory alive. Whatever the reason, it was a mistake that would cost him his life. Capone did not send men to attack the flower shop directly. That would be too risky. Instead, he used his wealth to quietly rent a small room in a boarding house directly across the street from the shop. The room had a window that offered a perfect, unobstructed view of the entrance to Schofield's and the sidewalk in front of it. 2 of Capone's most patient and skilled gunmen moved into the rented room. They brought with them a heavy Thompson submachine gun, a supply of ammunition, and enough food and coffee to last for days. They locked the door. They did not turn on the lights. They did not play the radio or speak above a whisper. They simply sat in the cold, dim room, staring through a small crack in the curtains, waiting for the leader of the North Side to walk into their trap. They waited for days. The smell of stale cigarette smoke and cold coffee filled the small room. Outside, the leaves on the trees were turning dry and brown, and the sharp chill of October was settling over the city. The afternoon of October 11th, 1926, was crisp and cool. The sky was a clear, pale blue. Just down the street from the flower shop stood the magnificent Holy Name Cathedral, its tall stone walls casting long, solemn shadows across the pavement. A dark car pulled up to the curb near the cathedral. The doors opened, and Jaime Weiss stepped out, accompanied by 4 of his men, including a politician and an attorney who helped manage the legal troubles of the gang. They walked briskly along the sidewalk, pulling their heavy overcoats tight against the autumn wind, heading toward the entrance of the flower shop. They were talking quietly among themselves, completely unaware of the men watching them from the dark window across the street. As Weiss and his men stepped into the open, moving closer to the stone steps of the cathedral, the men in the boarding house finally made their move. They pushed the curtains aside. They rested the heavy barrel of the machine gun on the windowsill. The calm of the autumn afternoon was instantly shattered by the deafening roar of automatic fire. A storm of bullets swept across the street. Jaime Weiss never had a chance to draw his weapon. He was hit multiple times before he even realized what was happening. He fell heavily onto the cold stone steps of the Holy Name Cathedral, his blood pooling on the sacred ground. His men were scattered, diving for cover, screaming in panic as the gunfire continued to tear through the air. The bullets chewed into the stone facade of the beautiful cathedral. To this day, if you walk past Holy Name Cathedral in Chicago, you can still see the deep, jagged scars in the heavy cornerstone where Capone's bullets chipped away the rock. It remains a silent, violent monument to the era. In the room across the street, the gunmen did not wait to admire their work. They left the machine gun lying on the floor, surrounded by hundreds of empty brass casings. They slipped out the back door of the boarding house, blending into the panicked crowds that were already flooding the streets, and vanished into the city. Jaime Weiss, the man who had terrified Al Capone, the man who had sworn to avenge Dion O'Banion no matter the cost, was dead. The North Side Gang had lost its most brilliant and brutal leader. When the news reached Al Capone in Cicero, he did not celebrate openly. He knew better than to gloat. But the heavy, suffocating pressure that had been sitting on his chest for months finally lifted. The mastermind of the North Side was gone. However, the war was far from over. The North Side Gang was a hydra. You could cut off the head, but another one would always grow back to take its place. With O'Banion and Weiss both in the ground, the leadership of the bitter, broken gang fell to a man who had been there since the beginning, a man who had stood over Johnny Torrio with a jammed gun, a man whose hatred for Al Capone was matched only by his wild, unpredictable temper. His name was George Bugs Moran, and Bugs Moran was about to take the war to a level that would shock the entire world and change the history of Chicago forever. George Bugs Moran was a man who operated entirely on instinct and anger. He did not possess the quiet, calculating mind of Johnny Torrio, nor did he have the political charm of Al Capone. Moran was a street fighter from a bygone era, a man whose volatile temper had earned him the nickname Bugs because people said he was completely crazy. He had stood side by side with Dion O'Banion and Jaime Weiss, and he had watched them both die. Now, the weight of the entire North Side Gang rested squarely on his broad, heavily tailored shoulders. Moran hated Al Capone with a burning, obsessive passion. He hated the way Capone dressed in bright, flashy silk suits. He hated the way Capone handed out $50 bills to reporters and bought his way out of every legal problem. Above all, Moran hated the fact that a man from Brooklyn had come to Chicago and taken over the city he considered his own. Moran refused to even call Capone by his name. When he spoke of the South Side boss, he referred to him simply and disgustedly as the Beast. With Jaime Weiss gone, the North Side Gang was severely weakened, but under Moran's command, they became incredibly dangerous because they became desperate. Moran knew he could not defeat Capone in a straight open war. Capone had too many men, too many guns, and too many police officers on his payroll. If Moran marched his men south, they would be slaughtered. So Moran changed the rules of the game. He turned the gang war into a grinding, unpredictable campaign of guerrilla tactics. Instead of attacking Capone's heavily guarded headquarters or trying to assassinate the boss directly, Moran went after the lifeblood of the empire. He went after the alcohol. By the late 1920s, the demand for high-quality illegal liquor in Chicago was staggering. While local bathtubs and hidden basement distilleries produced cheap, terrible-tasting gin, the truly wealthy customers wanted the good stuff. They wanted authentic Canadian whiskey. Capone had established a massive, highly organized supply line to bring this golden liquid down from Canada, across the border into Detroit, and then down the dark, dusty highways into Chicago. It was a massive logistical operation involving fleets of heavy trucks driving through the dead of night. This supply line became Moran's primary target. He organized highly trained crews of hijackers. These men would wait on the lonely, unpaved roads outside the city limits. The nights in the Midwest can be incredibly dark. The kind of absolute darkness where you cannot see your own hands in front of your face. Moran's men would park their dark sedans across the road, hiding in the tall grass with shotguns. When the heavy rumble of Capone's transport trucks echoed through the quiet night, the hijackers would strike. They would force the drivers off the road, tie them up, and steal entire trucks loaded with thousands of dollars worth of premium whiskey. It was a fast, brutal, and highly profitable strategy. Moran would then take Capone's own stolen liquor and sell it to the speakeasies on the north side at a massive discount. For Capone, this was incredibly infuriating. He was losing money, but more importantly, he was losing face. His massive, untouchable empire was being bled dry by a man he considered a crazy, unorganized thug. The tension in Capone's organization began to rise. His lieutenants demanded action. They wanted to wipe Moran off the map. But Capone was dealing with his own pressures. The constant threat of assassination and the relentless stress of running a criminal empire had begun to take a severe toll on his health. Seeking a brief escape from the freezing winters of Chicago and the constant paranoia of the streets, Capone decided to buy a massive estate in Florida. He found a beautiful, sprawling mansion located on Palm Island in Biscayne Bay, near Miami. It was a paradise. The air smelled of salt and sweet tropical flowers. The sun was warm, and the ocean water was a brilliant, clear blue. Capone built a massive swimming pool, surrounded the property with heavy stone walls, and hired armed guards to patrol the perimeter. In Florida, Capone tried to play the role of a retired gentleman. He wore light linen suits, hosted lavish parties for the local politicians, and spent his afternoons fishing on a luxury yacht. He wanted to distance himself from the blood and the freezing mud of Chicago. He wanted to be seen as a legitimate, wealthy businessman enjoying his success. But the ghosts of Chicago refused to stay in the frozen north. Every time the telephone rang in his beautiful Miami mansion, it brought bad news. A truck had been hijacked. A speakeasy had been bombed. Another one of his men had been found dead in a dark alley. Bugs Moran was not going to stop. Moran did not care about the sunshine in Florida. He only cared about destroying the beast. Back in Chicago, the winter of 1928 was bitter and unforgiving. The snow turned grey before it even settled on the pavement, mixing with the thick soot falling from the factory chimneys. Bugs Moran needed a secure location to run his hijacking operations, a place where his men could park their stolen trucks, unload the illegal liquor, and wait for their next orders. He found a place that looked completely unremarkable, perfectly hidden in plain sight. It was a large, drafty brick building located at 2122 North Clark Street. The sign painted above the heavy wooden double doors read, SMC Cartage Company. To anyone walking past, it was just an ordinary commercial garage. Inside, it smelled strongly of spilled motor oil, exhaust fumes, and cheap stale coffee. The floor was stained with black grease. The walls were unpainted brick, cold to the touch. It was a dismal, unglamorous place. But for Moran and his men, it was a perfect fortress. Inside the garage, the men of the North Side gang spent their days waiting. They played endless games of cards on a wobbly wooden table, smoking cheap cigarettes and drinking harsh liquor to stay warm. The garage had no proper heating, just a small, sputtering stove in the corner that barely took the chill out of the heavy winter air. To keep watch, they tied a large German shepherd named Highball to the bumper of a parked truck. The dog would bark wildly at any stranger who came near the wooden doors. It was a gritty, nervous existence, a sharp contrast to the luxurious, sun-drenched life Capone was trying to build in Florida. But the cold reality of the garage did not stop Moran's ambition. He began to push even further. He didn't just target the alcohol trucks anymore. He started targeting the men who held Capone's empire together. In late 1928, the North Side Gang assassinated Pasqualino Lolordo, one of Capone's most trusted allies and a highly respected figure in the Italian community. Lolordo was shot in his own apartment, betrayed by men he thought were his friends. When the news of Lolordo's death reached Al Capone in his sunny Miami estate, something inside the boss finally snapped. He sat on his beautiful terrace, looking out over the calm blue water, and realized that his dream of a peaceful, legitimate life was impossible as long as Bugs Moran was drawing breath. Moran was a disease that money could not cure. Diplomacy had failed. Intimidation had failed. Capone knew that picking off Moran's men one by one would take years and cost too many lives on his own side. He needed to end the war with a single, devastating stroke. He needed to wipe out the entire leadership of the North Side Gang in one place, at one time. It had to be a blow so spectacular, so completely terrifying, that no one in Chicago or anywhere else in the country would ever dare to challenge the South Side again. Capone could not organize this strike himself. The police and the federal agents were watching his every move. He needed to be completely insulated from the violence. He needed an airtight alibi. So, he decided to stay in Florida, thousands of miles away from the cold streets of Chicago, visibly relaxing by his swimming pool, while the wheels of his deadliest plan were set into motion. To execute this massive operation, Capone called upon one of his most ruthless and clever lieutenants. His name was Vincenzo Garibaldi, but the newspapers and the streets knew him as Machine Gun Jack McGurn. McGurn was a fascinating and terrifying figure. He was young, incredibly handsome, and dressed like a Hollywood movie star. He was an amateur professional golfer, and he moved with a smooth, athletic grace. But behind his charming smile and his expensive golf clubs, McGurn was a cold-blooded killer. He was deeply loyal to Capone, and he had a personal vendetta against the North Side Gang, blaming them for the murder of his own stepfather years earlier. Capone gave McGurn a simple order: eliminate Bugs Moran and his top men, and do it in a way that leaves no trace back to the South Side. McGurn accepted the contract with a nod. He was given an unlimited budget. He could hire whoever he needed and buy whatever equipment was necessary. McGurn returned to Chicago and began to build his trap. He knew that the North Side Gang operated out of the SMC Cartage Company garage on North Clark Street. He also knew that the only thing that could gather all the top men of the North Side into that freezing garage at the exact same time was the promise of high-quality, deeply discounted alcohol. McGurn found a local bootlegger, a man who occasionally did business with Moran, and paid him a massive sum of money to act as bait. The bootlegger was instructed to contact Bugs Moran with an incredible offer. He was to tell Moran that he had just hijacked a shipment of Old Log Cabin whiskey, one of the most expensive and highly sought-after brands in the city. The bootlegger would offer to sell this massive shipment to Moran at a fraction of its true cost. A deal so good that the greedy North Side boss could not possibly refuse it. The plan was brilliant in its simplicity. To secure the whiskey, Moran would bring his top lieutenants to the garage to inspect the goods, pay the bootlegger, and unload the trucks. They would all be trapped inside the brick walls of the SMC Cartage Company, surrounded by the smell of oil and exhaust. To ensure the execution went perfectly, McGurn did not use local Chicago hitmen. He knew that Moran's men would recognize the faces of Capone's regular enforcers instantly. Instead, McGurn reached out of town. He hired highly skilled, unknown killers from St. Louis and Detroit. These men were professionals, ghosts who had no ties to the ongoing Chicago gang wars. Finally, McGurn needed a way to get these killers inside the garage without triggering a shootout on the street. He needed a disguise that would make the highly paranoid men of the North Side gang lower their weapons and surrender without firing a single shot. He found the answer in the corruption of the city itself. Through his vast network of underworld connections, McGurn purchased two perfectly authentic, dark blue Chicago police uniforms, complete with heavy winter coats, shiny silver badges, and police caps. He also acquired a dark Cadillac and had it modified to look exactly like an unmarked police detective's car, complete with a siren hidden under the hood and a gun rack in the back seat. The stage was set. The bait was in the water. As the brutal Chicago winter raged on, the calendar slowly turned to the month of February in the year 1929. The trap was ready to snap shut. The month of February in Chicago is rarely kind. In 1929, it was particularly cruel. The wind coming off Lake Michigan carried a damp, heavy freeze that settled into the bones of the city. People walked with their heads down, their scarves pulled tightly over their noses, eager to get out of the punishing grey weather. The snow on the ground had turned into a hard, dirty layer of ice, stained black by the constant rain of soot from the factory chimneys. But thousands of miles away, on the warm, sun-drenched coast of Florida, Al Capone was enjoying a perfect, cloudless morning. On February the 13th, the day before the trap was set to close, Capone made a very deliberate show of his presence at his Palm Island estate. He invited guests over. He walked around his large swimming pool wearing a bright silk robe, holding a glass of fresh orange juice. He made sure to schedule meetings with local Miami politicians and even met with a county solicitor. He laughed loudly, smoked his expensive cigars in the open air, and made absolutely certain that dozens of reliable witnesses could swear he was nowhere near the frozen streets of the Midwest. His alibi was a masterpiece of public theater. Back in Chicago, Machine Gun, Jack McGurn was also securing his own defense. He knew that when the guns finally went off, the police would immediately come looking for Capone's top enforcers. McGurn took a beautiful young woman named Louise Rolfe, who would later become famous in the newspapers as the Blonde Alibi, and checked into a luxurious room at the Stevens Hotel. He ordered expensive room service, left the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door, and stayed in bed. He was perfectly insulated. The architects of the massacre had completely removed themselves from the stage, leaving the bloody work to the ghosts they had hired from out of town. The morning of February 14th, St. Valentine's Day, broke with a bitter, biting cold. The sky over North Clark Street was the color of bruised iron. Inside the drafty, freezing walls of the SMC Cartage Company garage, the men of the North Side gang began to gather. They arrived one by one, stomping the snow off their heavy leather boots, completely unaware that they were walking into a tomb. They were expecting a massive delivery of hijacked old log cabin whiskey. The bootlegger McGurn had promised that a truck loaded with the precious liquid would arrive at the garage by mid-morning. The mood inside the dark brick building was relaxed but cold. The men kept their heavy overcoats on and their hats pulled low. They huddled around the small, sputtering oil stove in the corner, rubbing their hands together for warmth, the smell of cheap coffee mixing with the heavy scent of motor oil and wet wool. There were 7 men waiting inside the garage that morning. They were not all hardened killers, which makes the events that followed even more tragic. Johnny May was there. He was an ex-safecracker who had given up a life of serious crime to work as a mechanic. He was crawling underneath a large flatbed truck, his hands covered in dark black grease, simply trying to earn an honest living to support his wife and 7 children. His large German Shepherd, Highball, was tied to the bumper of the truck, sleeping quietly on the cold cement floor. Near the stove stood the Gusenberg brothers, Frank and Pete. They were the muscle of the North Side gang, tough, brutal enforcers who wore expensive suits and carried multiple hidden weapons. They were loyal to Bugs Moran to the bitter end and had personally participated in many of the hijackings that had driven Capone to this desperate measure. With them was James Clark, Moran's brother-in-law and right-hand man, a quiet, dangerous veteran of the street wars. Adam Heyer, the business manager of the gang, who actually held the lease to the garage, was pacing the floor, looking at his pocket watch, waiting for the whiskey to arrive. There was also a man named Albert Weinshank. Weinshank managed several speakeasies for the gang, but more importantly, he shared a striking physical resemblance to Bugs Moran. They were roughly the same height, had the same broad build, and on that particular morning, Weinshank was wearing a dark grey fedora and a heavy winter overcoat that looked almost identical to the ones Moran always wore. Finally, standing awkwardly among the hardened gangsters, was Reinhard Schwimmer. Schwimmer was not a criminal at all. He was a wealthy young optometrist who simply enjoyed the dangerous thrill of hanging around the underworld. He liked to brag to his friends that he knew the men who ran the city. He thought he was untouchable, just a spectator in a glamorous movie. He had stopped by the garage that morning just to chat and feel important, completely oblivious to the fact that his curiosity was about to cost him his life. The time crept past 10 o'clock. The delivery truck was late. The men were getting restless. Johnny May kept working on the axle of the truck, the metallic clinking of his wrench echoing off the bare brick walls. Across the street, inside the dark, rented room of the boarding house, Capone's spotters were watching through a narrow crack in the curtains. Their eyes were fixed on the front doors of the garage. They were waiting for one specific man. They were waiting for Bugs Moran. Moran was indeed on his way to the garage. He had left his hotel called the Parkway a few blocks away, walking through the freezing snow with 2 of his lieutenants, Willie Marks and Ted Newberry. But Moran, usually a man of strict routine, was running late. Some say he had overslept. Others say he had stopped for a cup of coffee or a haircut. Whatever the reason, that slight delay was the only thing that saved his life. As Moran and his men approached North Clark Street, the spotters across the way saw a figure approach the garage doors. It was Albert Weinshank, wearing his dark grey coat and fedora. Through the falling snow and the dirty glass of the boarding house window, the spotters made a fatal mistake. They saw the broad shoulders and the familiar hat. They believed, with absolute certainty, that Bugs Moran had just walked into the trap. The spotters immediately turned to a telephone in the room and dialed a number. The message was incredibly brief. Just a few words to confirm that the target was inside. A few blocks away, parked in a quiet alley, the stolen Cadillac, disguised as an unmarked police car, roared to life. The heavy engine idled smoothly. Inside the car sat 4 men. 2 of them were dressed in the impeccably tailored, authentic blue uniforms of the Chicago Police Department, complete with heavy silver badges pinned to their chests. The other 2 wore civilian clothes, heavy dark overcoats, and wide-brimmed hats pulled low over their eyes. Resting on the floorboards beneath their feet were 2 Thompson submachine guns and 2 12-gauge shotguns, fully loaded and ready. The Cadillac pulled out of the alley and rolled slowly down the icy streets toward North Clark. It did not use its siren. It moved with the slow, deliberate authority of a routine police raid. In 1920s Chicago, a police raid on a bootlegging garage was not an extraordinary event. It was simply the cost of doing business. The police would come in, rough everyone up, smash a few empty barrels to look good for the newspapers, take a thick envelope full of bribe money, and leave. When the dark Cadillac finally pulled up to the curb directly in front of the SMC Cartage Company, Bugs Moran was less than a block away. He saw the police car stop. He saw the men in uniform step out onto the snow. Assuming it was just a standard shakedown, Moran stopped walking. He had no desire to deal with the police that morning and pay another bribe. He and his two men casually turned around and walked into a nearby diner to get a cup of coffee and wait for the raid to blow over. He did not hear the heavy wooden doors of the garage open. Inside the freezing building, the 7 men were suddenly bathed in the pale grey light of the winter morning as the front doors swung wide. The 2 men in police uniforms stepped into the garage, their faces stern, their hands resting on the holsters of their service weapons. They were closely followed by the 2 men in dark overcoats. "Police!" one of the uniformed men barked, his voice echoing off the brick walls. "Nobody move. Put your hands up." The men of the North Side gang did not panic. They did not reach for their hidden weapons. They had been through this a dozen times before. Frank Gusenberg, who was carrying a loaded gun in his pocket, simply rolled his eyes and raised his hands. James Clark sighed in annoyance. Johnny May slid out from under the truck, wiping the black grease from his hands with a dirty rag, his dog Highball whining softly at the sudden intrusion. They all believed they were simply going to be patted down, arrested, and bailed out by their lawyers within an hour. They had no idea that the men standing in front of them were not police officers, but the executioners sent by Al Capone to burn their empire to the ground. "Face the wall," the uniformed man ordered, gesturing toward the solid, unpainted brick wall near the back of the garage. "All of you, turn around and put your hands flat against the brick." Still believing it was a routine shakedown, the 7 men complied. They walked slowly to the back of the cold room. They lined up side by side. They faced the bare brick wall, raising their arms and placing their palms flat against the rough, freezing stone. They did not look back. The men standing behind them did not reach for handcuffs. The 2 officers in the crisp blue uniforms took a slow, deliberate step backward toward the heavy wooden doors. They nodded silently to the 2 men in the dark, heavy civilian overcoats. Those 2 men stepped forward. They reached inside their coats and pulled out the cold, heavy steel of 2 Thompson submachine guns. They also readied a 12-gauge shotgun. The 7 men facing the wall heard the sharp, metallic click of the weapons being cocked. It was a sound every man in the underworld knew intimately. It was the heavy sound of a steel bolt sliding back into place, chambering around. In that split second, the illusion of the routine police raid vanished completely. The cold reality of the freezing garage settled over them like an iron blanket. But there was no time to turn around. There was no time to run, no time to beg, and no time to reach for the loaded guns hidden in their own tailored pockets. The executioners opened fire. The enclosed space of the brick garage turned the sound of the machine guns into a deafening physical force. It was a continuous roaring thunder that shook the dust from the wooden rafters and vibrated through the freezing concrete floor. The Thompson submachine guns fired at a terrifying speed, unleashing a relentless storm of lead. The bullets struck the men in the back, the head and the legs, tearing through their heavy winter coats. The impact was devastating. The men were thrown violently against the brick wall before collapsing backward onto the stained floor. The air instantly filled with a thick, choking cloud of grey gun smoke, white plaster dust flying from the chipped bricks, and the sharp, metallic smell of copper and blood. The firing did not stop when the men fell. The executioners walked closer, standing directly over the bodies, pointing the barrels downward. They continued to fire into the motionless figures, ensuring that absolutely no one would survive to tell the police what had happened. In just a few chaotic seconds, they emptied 2 massive magazines, firing more than 70 rounds of ammunition into the 7 men. The shotgun was used at point-blank range to deliver the final, brutal blows. Then the roaring thunder stopped. The silence that followed was heavy and ringing, broken only by the soft, terrified whimpering of Johnny May's German Shepherd, Highball, who was still tied to the bumper of the truck. The dog was miraculously unharmed, but he was pulling frantically at his heavy leather leash, surrounded by the blood of his owner. Now came the most brilliant and chilling part of Jack McGurn's master plan. The executioners could not simply run out of the garage into the busy streets of Chicago holding smoking machine guns. They needed to escape without raising any suspicion from the people walking outside. The 2 men in civilian clothes, the actual shooters, handed their heavy weapons to the men in the police uniforms. Then, the civilian killers raised their hands high in the air, acting as if they had just been arrested. The 2 fake police officers pointed the guns at their backs. The heavy wooden doors of the garage swung open, letting the pale winter light and the freezing wind sweep into the smoky room. The 4 men walked out onto North Clark Street. To any neighbor looking out their window, or any pedestrian walking past in the snow, the scene made perfect sense. It looked exactly like 2 brave Chicago police officers who had just raided a bootlegging operation and were marching 2 dangerous gangsters out to the waiting squad car. The witnesses simply shook their heads, assuming justice was being served, and went back to their own business. The 4 men climbed into the dark, disguised Cadillac. The engine revved, the tires gripped the icy street, and they drove away at a normal, calm speed, melting into the massive grid of the city. They left behind a scene of unimaginable horror, and they left behind the perfect alibi. Inside the garage, the smoke slowly began to clear. The 7 men lay in a twisted line against the base of the brick wall. For a long time, the only sound on North Clark Street was the wind whistling through the cracks in the wooden doors and the increasingly frantic howling of the trapped dog. Highball's loud, mournful barks eventually caught the attention of a woman who ran a boarding house next door. Mrs. Landisman stepped out onto the freezing sidewalk, wrapping her shawl tight around her shoulders. She had heard what sounded like a truck backfiring earlier, but the persistent howling of the dog made her nervous. She pushed open the slightly unlatched doors of the SMC Cartage Company. She took one look into the dim, smoky interior, screamed, and ran blindly back to her house to call the real police. When the actual Chicago Police Department arrived, the veteran officers were physically sickened by what they found. They had seen years of brutal gang warfare, but they had never seen a slaughter on this scale. The floor was a river of dark red. The brick wall was chewed to pieces by the machine gun fire. As the officers walked carefully through the scene, checking the bodies, they heard a faint, wet sound. One of the men was still breathing. It was Frank Gusenberg. The tough, brutal enforcer of the North Side gang had been shot 14 times. His body was completely broken, yet his heart stubbornly refused to stop beating. The police officers, desperate for an answer, knelt beside him in the blood. They rushed him to the Alexian Brothers Hospital, a team of doctors working frantically to save his life long enough for him to speak. A police sergeant leaned close to Frank's ear. The room was quiet, smelling of strong alcohol and iodine. The sergeant knew Frank was dying. "Who shot you, Frank?" the officer pleaded. "Tell us who did this to you." Frank Gusenberg was in agonizing pain. His lungs were failing. But he was a product of the deep, unbreakable code of the streets. The code of Omerta. You do not talk to the police, no matter what. You do not give up your enemies to the law. Frank opened his eyes slowly, looking at the officer with a tired, fading gaze. He gathered his last remaining breath and whispered the final words he would ever speak. "Nobody shot me." 3 hours later, Frank Gusenberg was dead, taking the secret of the executioners to his grave. As the bodies were removed from the garage, the news of the St. Valentine's Day massacre hit the streets of Chicago like a massive earthquake. Newspaper boys stood on the icy corners, shouting the terrifying headlines. Special editions were printed with massive, bold letters. The photographs of the 7 bodies lined up against the bloody brick wall were published across the entire country, sending a wave of absolute shock and disgust into the homes of millions of Americans. A few blocks away from the garage, George "Bugs" Moran was sitting in a warm diner, drinking a cup of coffee. He had heard the distant sound of the machine guns, assuming it was just a police raid busting up his alcohol shipment. When the news finally reached him, detailing the absolute destruction of his gang and the murder of his closest friends, Moran turned pale. He realized how close he had come to standing against that wall. The trap had been set for him, and the spotters had mistaken Albert Weinshank for the boss. Moran was broken. His gang was completely wiped out in a single morning. As he spoke to a reporter later that day, his voice trembled with a mixture of terror and bitter realization. He gave the quote that would define the entire era. "Only Capone kills like that," Moran said. But Al Capone was thousands of miles away. When the Chicago police urgently contacted the authorities in Florida to question the Southside boss, Capone was found sitting comfortably in the office of the Dade County solicitor. He had been there all morning. He had a dozen respectable witnesses who swore under oath that he was in Miami, discussing property lines and local politics. At the exact moment the machine guns were firing on North Clark Street. His alibi was a wall of solid iron. The police could not arrest him. They could not even charge him with a crime. Capone had won the war. The North Side gang was destroyed, and he was the undisputed, absolute king of the Chicago underworld. But in his pursuit of ultimate power, Capone had made a fatal miscalculation. He believed that the massacre would terrify the city into total submission. He believed the public would look the other way, as they always did, accepting the violence as long as the beer kept flowing. He did not understand that the photographs from the garage had changed everything. The American public, who had once viewed Capone as a charming, romantic Robin Hood figure fighting against an unpopular prohibition law, now saw him for what he truly was. They saw a monster. The bloody bodies of the 7 men stripped away the glamorous illusion of the roaring 20s. The silk suits and the expensive jazz clubs could no longer hide the reality of the slaughter. The citizens of Chicago, deeply embarrassed and terrified by the national outrage, demanded action. The business leaders of the city, the wealthy men who owned the banks and the department stores, realized that the rampant, uncontrolled violence was destroying the reputation of Chicago and scaring away investments. They formed a secret committee, pooling their immense wealth and influence, and decided to bypass the corrupt local police entirely. They took a train to Washington, D.C. They walked straight into the White House and demanded a meeting with the newly elected President of the United States, Herbert Hoover. President Hoover was a stern, serious man who despised the lawlessness of the Prohibition era. He listened to the wealthy businessmen describe the blood on the streets of their city. He looked at the photographs of the St. Valentine's Day massacre. He did not need to be convinced. Hoover called in his top law enforcement officials. He gave a simple, direct, and incredibly dangerous command. He told the federal government to focus its entire, massive power on one single target. "I want that man Capone in jail," Hoover ordered. The golden era of the untouchable crime boss was over. Al Capone had successfully destroyed his enemies in the underworld, but in doing so, he had accidentally summoned a much larger, much more powerful enemy. The full weight of the United States government was now turning its heavy gaze toward Chicago. The order from President Herbert Hoover did not come with loud sirens or dramatic speeches. It moved quietly, traveling through the heavy wooden doors of Washington offices and down the long marble corridors of the Justice Department. For years, the federal government had viewed the gang wars of Chicago as a local problem, a messy consequence of a city too stubborn to follow the temperance laws. But the photographs of the St. Valentine's Day massacre had changed the political weather. The blood on North Clark Street was no longer just a Chicago problem. It was an American embarrassment. To bring down the king of the underworld, the government realized that traditional police work was completely useless. Al Capone had bought the local police force, the judges, and the politicians. He was a fortress that could not be taken by a direct assault. So, the federal authorities designed a two-pronged attack. It was a strategy of fire and ice. One team would attack Capone on the streets, smashing his breweries and destroying his public image, while another, much quieter team would attack the one thing Capone cared about more than anything else: his money. The man chosen to lead the street war was a young, ambitious prohibition agent named Elliot Ness. Ness was only 26 years old, the same age Capone had been when he took over the Chicago Empire. But the two men could not have been more different. Where Capone was loud, flashy, and draped in heavy silk suits, Ness was clean-cut, deeply serious, and intensely idealistic. He did not drink. He did not take bribes. He believed in the absolute authority of the law with a rigid, almost religious fervor. Ness arrived in Chicago and immediately realized that he could not trust the men working in his own department. The corruption was too deep. If he planned a raid on a brewery, Capone's spies would leak the information, and by the time the agents arrived, the building would be completely empty. To fight a shadow empire, Ness knew he needed a very special kind of army. He went through the massive personnel files of the federal government, looking for men who had completely clean records. He looked for men who were single, men who had no gambling debts, and men whose loyalty could not be bought for any price. He selected a tiny squad of just 9 men. They were expert drivers, sharpshooters, and former athletes. They were young, fearless, and entirely devoted to their young leader. Capone, who was used to buying his way out of any problem, quickly tried to bribe them. He sent messengers to Ness, offering thousands of dollars in cash every single week just to look the other way. It was a fortune, more money than a federal agent could make in a lifetime of honest work. Ness refused. He not only refused the money, but he called the press to his office and publicly announced the bribe attempt, declaring that his men were completely immune to the syndicate's wealth. The newspapers loved the story. They gave this small, brave squad a nickname that would become legendary. They called them the Untouchables. The Untouchables did not just arrest bootleggers. They waged a psychological war against Al Capone. They bought massive, heavy trucks and welded thick steel bumpers to the front. In the dead of night, they would drive these rolling battering rams straight through the reinforced wooden doors of Capone's secret breweries. They did not wait for search warrants to be debated in corrupt local courts. They simply smashed their way in. Inside the breweries, The scene was always the same. The heavy, sweet smell of fermenting yeast and stale beer hung in the air. Massive wooden vats, holding thousands of gallons of illegal alcohol, stood like silent wooden giants in the dark. Ness and his men would take heavy fire axes and swing them with all their strength. The wood would splinter and crack. The golden beer would burst from the vats, flooding the concrete floors, washing away thousands of dollars of Capone's profit in a matter of minutes. But Ness knew that destroying the alcohol was not enough to bankrupt the empire. The syndicate was making too much money. The real purpose of the raids was to humiliate the boss. After a particularly successful raid, Ness ordered his men to line up the confiscated brewery trucks. He then led a slow, deliberate parade of these stolen trucks right down Michigan Avenue, driving them directly past the Lexington Hotel, where Al Capone lived and watched from his window. It was a direct, deeply personal insult. Ness was showing the entire city, and Capone himself, that the king was no longer untouchable. While Elliot Ness was making loud, dramatic headlines on the streets, the second part of the government's plan was moving forward in complete silence. Deep inside a federal building, far away from the flashing cameras and the smashing axes, a man named Frank Wilson sat behind a desk covered in mountains of paper. Frank Wilson was an investigator for the intelligence unit of the Internal Revenue Service. He was a quiet, balding man who wore thick round glasses and suffered from terrible eyesight. He did not carry a machine gun. He did not kick down doors. His only weapons were a sharp pencil and a brilliant mathematical mind. But Frank Wilson was the most dangerous enemy Al Capone had ever faced. The federal government had recently won a crucial ruling in the Supreme Court. The court had decided that income earned from illegal activities was still subject to federal income tax. It did not matter if you made your money selling shoes or selling illegal whiskey. If you did not pay the government its share, you were committing a federal crime. Wilson's job was to prove that Al Capone, a man who claimed to have no official job, no bank accounts, and no property in his own name, was actually receiving millions of dollars in taxable income. It was an incredibly difficult task. Capone was a ghost on paper. He paid for everything in cash. He bought his beautiful Miami mansion through associates. He never signed a check. He never put his name on a ledger. For months, Wilson sat in his quiet, dusty office, staring at thousands of pages of confiscated financial records. He looked at the ledgers taken from gambling houses, the receipts from dog racing tracks, and the completely disorganized notebooks seized during police raids over the years. His eyes ached. His head pounded. He was looking for a single, invisible thread in a massive, tangled web of numbers. He was looking for proof that the money flowing through the streets of Chicago was ending up in the pockets of the man at the Lexington Hotel. As the untouchables smashed the breweries and the IRS quietly hunted through the paper trail, the pressure on Al Capone grew completely unbearable. He was a man used to absolute control, but now he was surrounded by enemies he could not simply shoot or bribe. The entire country was turning against him. In May of 1929, just 3 months after the St. Valentine's Day massacre, the leaders of the organized underworld realized that the massive public attention focused on Chicago was bad for business everywhere. The violence had to stop, or the federal government would crush them all. A secret conference was called. The most powerful men in the country gathered in Atlantic City, New Jersey, a neutral territory far away from the blood of the Midwest. They walked along the famous wooden boardwalk in the bright spring sunshine, feeling the salty breeze from the Atlantic Ocean. Men like Meyer Lansky and Lucky Luciano from New York, and Nucky Johnson, the absolute ruler of Atlantic City, strolled alongside Al Capone. They did not wear their guns openly. They looked like wealthy businessmen enjoying a seaside vacation, but the conversations they had while listening to the crashing waves were deadly serious. They told Capone that his war with Bugs Moran had drawn too much heat. The massacre had ruined the quiet, profitable balance of the national syndicate. They demanded that he step back, stop the violence, and let the public anger cool down. Capone, who had always viewed himself as the supreme commander, suddenly realized that even among his criminal peers, he had become a liability. He was too famous, too toxic. Capone took a train back from Atlantic City, feeling the heavy, suffocating weight of his own empire. He knew the federal agents in Chicago were waiting for him. He knew Bugs Moran's remaining men were likely hiding in the shadows, waiting for revenge. He needed a place to hide. He needed a sanctuary where the federal government could not interrogate him, and where rival gunmen could not reach him. He made a decision that surprised the entire country. As his train passed through Philadelphia, Capone and his bodyguard intentionally stopped at a local movie theater. They made sure their heavy, concealed weapons were slightly visible beneath their coats. When the local Philadelphia police officers approached them, Capone did not fight. He did not offer a massive bribe. He simply raised his hands, surrendered his weapon, and allowed himself to be arrested for carrying a concealed firearm. It was a brilliant, strategic retreat. Capone pleaded guilty immediately and was sentenced to a year in the Eastern State Penitentiary in Pennsylvania. To the outside world, it looked like the great crime boss had finally been caught. But the reality was very different. Eastern State Penitentiary was a massive, terrifying stone fortress. But for Al Capone, it was a luxury hotel. He did not sleep on a hard cot or eat the terrible prison food. He used his immense wealth to transform his cell into a private suite. He had beautiful antique furniture brought in, including a comfortable bed and an expensive desk. He laid thick, imported Oriental rugs on the cold stone floor. He had a beautiful cabinet radio playing the latest jazz music. And he spent his days listening to the gentle melodies, smoking the finest Cuban cigars, and eating rich, catered meals. From the safety of his luxurious cell, surrounded by thick stone walls and armed prison guards who protected him from any outside threats, Capone thought he had outsmarted the system once again. He believed he could wait out the storm. He believed that if he stayed hidden in Philadelphia for a year, the federal agents in Chicago would get bored. The public would forget the photographs of the massacre, and he could return to his throne as if nothing had ever happened. But he was wrong. The storm was not passing. It was gathering strength. While Capone listened to the radio in his velvet chair, Frank Wilson, the quiet accountant with the terrible eyesight, was still sitting in his dusty office in Chicago. And late one night, surrounded by towering stacks of paper, Wilson finally found the single tiny mistake that would bring the entire empire crashing to the ground. The mistake was hiding inside a dusty, heavy cardboard box. It had been sitting in a storage room for years, surrounded by hundreds of other boxes, filled with seized evidence from old, forgotten police raids. Frank Wilson had been staring at numbers for so many hours that his vision was completely blurred. The single desk lamp in his small office cast a warm yellow circle of light on the dark wood. The rest of the building was entirely silent. Everyone else had gone home to their families. But Wilson simply took off his thick glasses, rubbed his tired eyes, and opened another ledger. This particular ledger had a dark red cover. It was worn at the edges, smelling faintly of old tobacco and damp paper. It had been confiscated during a raid on a place called the Hawthorne Smoke Shop in Cicero several years earlier, back when Johnny Torrio and Al Capone were first building their suburban fortress. To any ordinary police officer, the pages inside looked like meaningless scribbles. Columns of numbers, dates, and strange initials were written in neat, careful pencil marks. There were no grand confessions of murder, no maps of hidden breweries, just basic, boring accounting. But to Frank Wilson, accounting was a language that never lied. He traced his fingers slowly down a column, detailing the massive profits of the illegal gambling operation. The numbers were staggering. Thousands of dollars were moving through the smoke shop every single week. At the bottom of the page, the profits were divided into shares. Beside the largest share, the bookkeeper had written the word town, indicating the bribe money paid to the corrupt Cicero politicians. But beside another massive share of the money, the bookkeeper had casually written just two letters, Al. Wilson stopped breathing for a second. In the world of organized crime, bosses never put their names on anything. They never signed documents. But here, in this quiet, forgotten ledger, an overly meticulous accountant had made a fatal error. He had recorded the exact amount of cash being handed directly to the boss. It was a tiny thread, but Wilson knew that if he pulled it hard enough, it could unravel the entire empire. However, a piece of paper alone was not enough to send the most powerful man in America to federal prison. In a court of law, a defense lawyer would simply argue that Al could be anyone. Albert Allen Alexander. To make the ledger a deadly weapon, Wilson needed the man who had held the pencil. He needed the bookkeeper to sit in a witness chair, point at the paper, and swear under oath that the money went into the pockets of Al Capone. Through painstaking research, examining the handwriting, and quietly questioning old informants, Wilson finally discovered the identity of the bookkeeper. His name was Leslie Shumway. Finding Shumway became the most important mission of the United States government. Wilson, a quiet man who had spent his entire career behind a safe wooden desk, suddenly found himself stepping out into the dangerous, unpredictable world of the gangsters. He learned that Shumway had fled Chicago. The bookkeeper had grown terrified of the escalating violence, terrified of the machine guns and the blood on the streets, and had moved as far away as possible. The federal agents tracked him down to the sweltering heat of Miami, Florida. Shumway was trying to live a quiet, invisible life, working at a Greyhound racing track. Wilson traveled south. He arrived at the dog track on a bright, humid afternoon. The air was thick with the smell of roasted peanuts, damp earth, and the nervous sweat of desperate gamblers. The mechanical rabbit whirred loudly around the dirt track, followed by the frantic, panting greyhounds. The crowd roared. Amidst the chaos and the noise, Wilson spotted his target. Shumway was standing behind a betting window, taking cash and punching tickets, looking over his shoulder like a man who constantly expected to see a ghost. Wilson did not approach him with an army of police officers. He did not draw a weapon. He simply walked up to the betting window, slid his federal badge across the counter, and looked the bookkeeper straight in the eye. The color drained completely from Shumway's face. He knew exactly why the government had found him. Wilson spoke softly, his voice barely rising above the noise of the barking dogs. He offered Shumway a terrifying choice. He could refuse to cooperate, in which case the government would publicly indict him for tax fraud and send him to a federal penitentiary where Capone's men would easily find him. Or he could agree to testify against the King of Chicago, and the government would hide him, protect him, and keep him alive. It was a choice between the wrath of the United States and the wrath of the underworld. Trembling in the Florida heat, Shumway nodded his head. He chose the government. He agreed to read the ledger in court. The quiet accountant with the terrible eyesight had just secured the most dangerous witness in American history. While Frank Wilson was quietly building the ultimate trap, the calendar turned to March of 1930. The heavy iron gates of the Eastern State Penitentiary in Pennsylvania swung open. Al Capone stepped out into the crisp, cold air, a free man once again. He had served his year for carrying a concealed weapon. He was wearing a fresh, tailored suit, smoking a premium cigar, and smiling broadly for the cameras that had gathered to document his release. Capone boarded a train heading west, fully expecting to return to Chicago as the conquering hero. He believed that his year in a luxurious prison cell had been a perfect vacation. He thought the public anger over the St. Valentine's Day massacre had faded, that the federal agents had given up, and that his empire was waiting for him, untouched, and perfectly obedient. But as his train rolled through the vast, empty plains of the Midwest and approached the towering skyline of Chicago, Capone did not realize that he was returning to a completely different world. In October of 1929, while Capone was safely hidden behind the stone walls of his Philadelphia prison, the American stock market had spectacularly collapsed. The roaring '20s had died overnight. The champagne had stopped flowing. The endless parties had come to a brutal, crashing halt. The country was plunging into the dark, freezing depths of the Great Depression. When Capone stepped off the train in Chicago, he did not see the vibrant, wealthy city he had left behind. The streets were filled with desperate, unemployed men, wearing thin coats, shivering in the wind. Long lines of hungry people wrapped around the block, waiting for a single bowl of watery soup and a piece of stale bread. The factories were silent. The banks were closing their doors. In this new, desperate reality, the public completely lost its patience for the lavish, arrogant lifestyle of the millionaire gangster. The people who were struggling to feed their children no longer saw Capone as a charming rebel, providing them with a cold beer. They saw a fat, wealthy tyrant who drove a custom-built, bulletproof Cadillac, while honest men starved in the gutters. Capone tried desperately to fix his broken image. He spent thousands of dollars of his own money to open the first massive soup kitchen in Chicago. He served 3 meals a day to the unemployed masses, offering coffee, sweet rolls, and hearty meat stews. He stood in the kitchen wearing a white apron, smiling for the photographers, trying to show the city that he was a generous benefactor, taking care of his people when the government had failed them. But the charity was not enough to wash away the blood of North Clark Street, and it was not enough to stop the federal government. In April of 1930, the Chicago Crime Commission, backed by the wealthy businessmen who had secretly funded the war against the syndicate, made a historic announcement. They published a list of the most dangerous criminals in the city, men who were considered active threats to the safety of the public. They called it the Public Enemies List. There were 28 names on that list, but only one name was placed at the very top. Al Capone was officially labeled Public Enemy Number 1. The title was devastating. It was not just a newspaper headline. It was an official declaration of war by the city. The police were ordered to harass his businesses constantly. The judges were warned not to accept his bribes. Capone could no longer go to baseball games or the opera without being surrounded by aggressive reporters and angry citizens. He was forced to retreat. He moved out of his grand suite at the Lexington Hotel and tried to manage his crumbling empire from the shadows, growing increasingly paranoid and isolated. Meanwhile, Frank Wilson and his team of IRS investigators were moving with terrifying efficiency. Having secured the ledger and the bookkeeper from Cicero, Wilson expanded his hunt. He needed to prove that Capone's massive spending matched his massive illegal income. The federal agents fanned out across the city. They did not look for guns or hidden barrels of beer. They interviewed tailors, asking for the receipts of Capone's expensive silk suits. They visited high-end jewelers, pulling the records of the diamond rings and the silver belt buckles the boss purchased in cash. They went to car dealerships, examining the paperwork for the fleet of luxury vehicles. They even went to the butchers and the bakers who supplied the massive feasts Capone hosted at his Florida estate. Every single receipt, every single bill of sale, and every single whispered confession from a terrified merchant was meticulously documented and added to the growing mountain of evidence. Wilson was building a cage made entirely of paper, and he was building it around Capone's neck. By the spring of 1931, the trap was fully assembled. The government had proof of millions of dollars in untaxed income. They had the ledgers, they had the witnesses, they had the receipts. They took their massive file to a federal grand jury. When the news broke, it sent a shockwave through the underworld. Al Capone, the man who had survived assassination attempts, the man who had outsmarted the police for a decade, the man who had ordered the most brutal massacre in criminal history, was officially indicted by the United States government. He was not charged with murder. He was not charged with bootlegging or extortion. He was charged with 22 counts of federal income tax evasion. Capone sat in his heavily guarded house, looking at the newspapers with a mixture of disbelief and growing terror. He had an army of violent men with machine guns, but they were completely useless against an indictment. He could not shoot the Internal Revenue Service. He could not bomb a courtroom. The rules of the game had fundamentally changed, and for the first time in his life, Capone realized he was playing a game he did not know how to win. His lawyers, some of the most expensive and brilliant legal minds money could buy, advised him to negotiate. They told him the government's case was a masterpiece of accounting. They suggested he pled guilty in exchange for a short, comfortable sentence, perhaps 2 or 3 years in a low-security prison. Capone, terrified of losing his empire and desperate to avoid a lengthy trial, agreed. He walked into the federal courthouse, wearing a subdued, quiet suit, and offered to make a deal. He stood before Judge James H. Wilkerson, expecting the system to work exactly as it always had. He expected a quiet handshake, a small fine, and a slap on the wrist. But Judge Wilkerson was not a man who could be bought, and he was not a man who cared about backroom deals. He looked down from his elevated bench at the most famous criminal in the world. The courtroom was absolutely silent, the air thick with tension. The judge adjusted his glasses and spoke in a clear, booming voice that echoed off the high ceiling. "It is utterly impossible," the judge declared, "to bargain with a federal court." Wilkerson rejected the plea deal entirely. He announced that Al Capone would not receive special treatment. He would not be allowed to dictate the terms of his own punishment. He would be forced to stand trial before a jury of his peers, and he would face the absolute maximum penalty the law would allow. The blood drained from Capone's face. The safety net had been cut. As he walked out of the courthouse, surrounded by a swarm of flashing cameras and shouting reporters, the reality of his situation finally crushed him. The King of Chicago was going to be put in a box, and the government was prepared to lock him away for the rest of his life. But Al Capone was not a man who surrendered quietly. If the government wanted a war in the courtroom, he would give them one. He had millions of dollars hidden away in dark vaults. He still had his enforcers. And as the date of the trial of the century approached, Capone decided to use the only tactic he truly trusted. He decided that if he could not buy the judge, he would simply buy the entire jury. The list of names was handed over in a quiet, smoke-filled room. It was just a simple piece of white paper, typed on an ink-stained typewriter. But to Al Capone, it was the key to his freedom. The list contained the names and home addresses of the men who had been selected to serve on the jury for his upcoming federal tax evasion trial. These were not powerful men. They were ordinary citizens of Chicago. They were bakers, hardware store clerks, factory foremen, and retired mechanics. They lived in modest brick houses and small apartments, worrying about how to pay for coal as the bitter winter approached. Capone's top enforcers, men who usually carried heavy weapons and managed illegal breweries, were suddenly given a very different kind of job. They were turned into salesmen. They took the list, divided the names among themselves, and spread out across the city under the cover of darkness. A typical visit happened late in the evening. An ordinary man, perhaps a carpenter, would be sitting in his living room, listening to the radio and reading the evening newspaper, when a heavy knock would echo from his front door. He would open it to find two large men standing on his porch, wearing expensive, dark wool overcoats and wide-brimmed hats. They would politely ask to come inside. Once in the parlor, standing awkwardly on the cheap rugs, they would explain why they were there. They did not always have to make direct, violent threats. The reputation of the syndicate did the heavy lifting for them. The men in the overcoats would simply smile, reach into their pockets, and pull out a thick white envelope, bulging with $50 and $100 bills. It was more money than the carpenter could make in 5 years of hard labor. They would hand him the envelope and softly suggest that it would be a very wise, very healthy decision to vote not guilty when the time came. They would casually mention the names of the man's children, or the street where his wife bought her groceries, just to make sure the message was perfectly understood. Faced with a mountain of cash and the terrifying unspoken threat of violence against their families, the ordinary men on the list did exactly what anyone else would do. They took the money. They nodded their heads. They promised to deliver the verdict the King of Chicago required. Capone was thrilled. As the trial date drew closer, his anxiety melted away. He returned to his old, confident habits. He began holding court in the lobbies of expensive hotels again, smoking his premium imported cigars and laughing loudly with his bodyguards. He felt that he had successfully beaten the United States government at its own game. He believed the trial would be nothing more than a temporary annoyance, a theatrical show that would end with his glorious public release. But Capone had underestimated the silent, relentless efficiency of Frank Wilson and the federal investigators. Wilson and the prosecuting attorney, a highly respected man named George E.Q. Johnson, had their own network of informants. It did not take long for whispers of the bribery campaign to reach their desks. A nervous neighbor had seen the dark cars. A terrified juror had confessed to a local priest, who quietly passed the word to the authorities. When Wilson realized that the entire jury pool had been corrupted, a cold wave of panic washed over him. He had spent years building the perfect paper cage, tracing millions of dollars through dusty ledgers and terrified witnesses. Now, all of that exhaustive work was about to be destroyed by a few thick envelopes of cash. Wilson and Johnson immediately requested a secret emergency meeting with Judge James H. Wilkerson. They hurried into the judge's private chambers, a quiet room lined with heavy leather-bound law books. They laid out the evidence of the bribery. They explained that if the trial proceeded with the current list of men, Al Capone would walk out of the courthouse a free man, and the justice system of Chicago would be permanently humiliated. Judge Wilkerson listened in complete silence. He was a stern man, deeply proud of his courtroom, and he possessed a brilliant, uncompromising legal mind. He did not panic. He did not order massive arrests of Capone's men, knowing that would only delay the trial for years. Instead, he looked at the two federal agents, adjusted his glasses, and told them not to worry. He told them to bring their evidence, prepare their witnesses, and leave the jury entirely to him. He had a plan, but he refused to tell anyone what it was. The morning of October 6, 1931, arrived with a crisp, cool autumn breeze sweeping off Lake Michigan. The streets surrounding the massive federal courthouse in downtown Chicago were completely paralyzed. Thousands of people had gathered, pressing against the police barricades, desperate to catch a glimpse of the most famous criminal in the world. Newsreel cameras were set up on the sidewalks, their heavy lenses pointed at the grand stone steps. Reporters from London, Paris, and every major city in America stood with their notebooks ready. It was the absolute peak of the era, the grand finale of the Roaring Twenties, playing out in real time. Al Capone arrived in a dark, polished limousine. He stepped out into the flashing light of dozens of camera bulbs. He looked magnificent. He was wearing a bright, mustard-colored suit that cost a fortune, a spotless white fedora, and a diamond ring that caught the morning sun. He smiled broadly, waving to the crowds as if he were a beloved politician arriving at a victory parade. He chewed on a long cigar, his broad shoulders relaxed. He walked up the stone steps surrounded by federal marshals, looking incredibly calm for a man facing decades in prison. He knew the men sitting inside the courtroom had his money in their pockets. He felt invincible. The courtroom itself was a cavernous, imposing space. The walls were covered in rich, dark walnut paneling. Heavy velvet curtains hung over the towering windows, filtering the autumn light into a soft, golden haze. The room was packed to absolute capacity. Every wooden bench was filled with reporters, wealthy socialites, and curious citizens who had managed to bribe their way past the guards. Capone took his seat at the defense table. He leaned back in his heavy wooden chair, crossed his legs, and whispered a joke to his expensive lawyers. He did not look at Frank Wilson or the federal prosecutors sitting just a few feet away. He was waiting for the show to begin. A loud, sharp knock echoed through the room. The bailiff called for everyone to rise. Judge Wilkerson entered, his black silk robe flowing behind him. He climbed the steps to his elevated bench, sat down, and looked out over the crowded, silent room. He looked at Capone, who was still wearing a faint, confident smirk. The bailiff stood up and prepared to read the names of the men selected for the jury, the men Capone had so carefully bought and paid for. Judge Wilkerson raised his hand, gesturing for the bailiff to stop. The courtroom held its breath. The judge leaned forward and spoke in a clear, commanding voice that carried perfectly to the back row. "Bailiff," the judge said calmly, "go to the courtroom across the hall. Judge Edwards is presiding over a minor civil case there. I want you to bring his entire jury pool into this room, and take the men waiting in this room and send them across the hall. We are swapping the juries." For a long, agonizing second, the room was completely silent. No one fully understood what had just happened. But then, the brilliant, devastating reality of the judge's order set in. Capone's smile vanished instantly. The blood drained from his face, leaving his skin a pale, sickly grey. He gripped the edges of the heavy wooden defense table so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He looked at his lawyers, completely panicked, but they were just as stunned as he was. In a single, masterful stroke, Judge Wilkerson had destroyed months of bribery and intimidation. The corrupt men, the bakers and carpenters who had taken the thick envelopes of cash, were marched out of the room, their heads hanging low. In their place, a completely new group of men was marched in. These men had been selected for a boring, routine civil dispute. They were completely uncorrupted. Many of them were farmers and shopkeepers from the rural counties outside of Chicago. Men who had no connections to the underworld, and who had spent the last few years reading terrible stories about the violence of the syndicate. Capone was suddenly trapped. The safety net had been pulled out from under him, and he was falling fast. He was staring at a box full of honest men who looked back at him not with fear, but with stern, unforgiving judgment. The trial of the century began, and it was not a trial of dramatic gunfights or bloody massacres. It was a trial of devastating, relentless arithmetic. Prosecutor George E.Q. Johnson stood before the jury and began to build the paper cage. He did not shout or wave his arms. He spoke quietly and clearly, treating the jurors like intelligent men. He explained that while the defendant claimed to have no income, the government had collected massive evidence of extreme untaxed wealth. The government called their star witness to the stand. Leslie Shumway, the terrified bookkeeper from the Greyhound track in Florida, walked slowly down the aisle. He was sweating heavily, his eyes darting nervously toward the defense table. He sat in the wooden witness chair, swore an oath to tell the truth, and looked at Frank Wilson for reassurance. The prosecutor handed Shumway the dark red ledger. The bookkeeper's hands trembled slightly as he opened the old familiar pages. The courtroom was so quiet you could hear the scratch of the reporters' pencils on their notepads. "Mr. Shumway," the prosecutor asked, "can you identify this ledger?" "Yes," Shumway whispered. He cleared his throat and spoke louder. "Yes, sir. I wrote these entries. This is the ledger for the Hawthorne Smoke Shop." The prosecutor pointed to the specific line that Frank Wilson had found in the dusty storage room. "And this entry here, the large share of the profits. Next to it, there is a name written in pencil, 2 letters, A and L. Can you tell the jury who received that money?" Shumway took a deep breath. He forced himself to look away from the ledger and look directly at the large man sitting at the defense table. "That money went to Al Capone," Shumway said. It was the first fatal blow. But the government did not stop there. Day after day, a parade of ordinary merchants took the stand. The tailors testified that Capone spent thousands of dollars on custom silk underwear and fine wool suits, paying entirely in crisp, new $100 bills. The jewelers brought their receipts, showing the diamond belt buckles and the platinum watches. The meatpackers testified about the massive, expensive steaks delivered to the heavily guarded house on the south side. The telegraph operators testified about the constant flow of money wired to the estate in Miami. With every receipt, with every quiet testimony, the walls closed in tighter around the king. The public image of the generous Robin Hood was completely destroyed. The jury saw a man who hoarded unimaginable wealth, while the rest of the country was plunging into the desperate poverty of the Great Depression. The physical toll on Capone was obvious. The bright mustard suit began to look rumpled. The confident smirk was replaced by dark, heavy bags under his eyes. He sweated constantly, wiping his forehead with a silk handkerchief. He muttered angrily to his lawyers, demanding they do something. But they were helpless against the mountain of paper. You cannot cross-examine a receipt. You cannot intimidate a ledger. As the trial entered its final days in late October, the air inside the courtroom grew stale and heavy. The autumn leaves outside the high windows had turned brown and begun to fall. Frank Wilson sat quietly at the prosecution table, his bad eyesight strained, but his heart beating with steady confidence. He had spent years hunting a ghost in the shadows, and now the ghost was pinned under the bright, unforgiving lights of federal law. The defense tried to argue that Capone was a gambler, and that gambling losses should offset his profits, meaning he owed no taxes. But it was a weak, desperate argument, and everyone in the room knew it. The jury listened politely, but their faces were made of stone. Finally, both sides rested their cases. Judge Wilkerson turned to the 12 men in the jury box and gave them their final instructions. He told them to look only at the facts, to ignore the fame of the defendant, and to render a verdict based entirely on the law. The bailiff opened the heavy wooden door, and the jury walked out to begin their deliberations. The fate of the Chicago underworld now rested in the hands of 12 honest men locked in a small, quiet room. The heavy wooden door of the jury room closed with a solid, echoing thud. For the first time in over a decade, the man who had controlled the streets, the politics, and the very lifeblood of Chicago was forced to simply sit and wait. The fate of his massive, sprawling empire was no longer decided by the barrel of a Thompson submachine gun or a thick envelope full of $100 bills. It was being weighed by 12 ordinary men sitting around a plain wooden table, drinking stale coffee and talking quietly among themselves. Outside the courtroom, the massive stone hallways of the federal building were thick with tension and the grey smoke of hundreds of cigarettes. Reporters paced back and forth, holding their notebooks tight against their chests, waiting to sprint to the nearest telephone the moment the verdict was announced. The citizens of Chicago gathered in the cold autumn air out on the sidewalks, pulling their heavy coats tight against the wind blowing off the lake. Everyone in the city, from the wealthiest bankers on the Gold Coast to the poorest factory workers on the South Side, knew that history was happening inside that building. Al Capone did not pace. He sat at the defense table, trying desperately to maintain the illusion of the untouchable king. He chewed on the end of a long, unlit cigar. He smoothed the fabric of his expensive suit and whispered quiet jokes to his incredibly expensive lawyers. But the swagger was gone. The bright, confident smile that had charmed the cameras for years looked strained and completely hollow. Beneath the silk and the diamonds, he was just a man terrified of a cage. The hours dragged on, feeling like entire years. The afternoon sun slowly sank behind the tall buildings of the city, casting long, dark shadows across the courtroom floor. Late in the evening of October 17th, 1931, the sharp, sudden sound of a buzzer sliced through the heavy silence of the courtroom. The jury had reached a decision. The room instantly filled with a frantic, buzzing energy. Reporters scrambled back into their wooden benches. Frank Wilson, the quiet accountant who had spent years hunting the ghost through mountains of paper, sat perfectly still, his hands folded neatly on the table in front of him. Capone wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead with a white silk handkerchief. He gripped the edge of the heavy wooden table, his knuckles turning pale white. The side door opened, and the 12 men of the jury walked back into the room. They did not look at the reporters. They did not look at the federal prosecutors. And most importantly, they did not look at Al Capone. They kept their eyes fixed straight ahead, their faces completely blank, as they took their seats in the wooden jury box. In the unwritten language of the courtroom, every lawyer knows that when a jury refuses to look at the defendant, the news is never good. Judge James H. Wilkerson entered the room, his black silk robe flowing behind him. He took his seat at the elevated bench, adjusted his glasses, and looked down at the 12 men. The courtroom was so incredibly quiet that you could hear the faint, rhythmic ticking of the clock on the back wall. "Gentlemen of the jury," the judge asked, his voice steady and calm, "have you reached a verdict?" The foreman of the jury, a quiet man who looked completely exhausted by the weight of the moment, stood up. He held a small, folded piece of white paper in his trembling hand. "We have, Your Honor," he replied. He handed the paper to the bailiff, who walked it slowly across the room and handed it up to the judge. Judge Wilkerson unfolded the paper. He read it silently to himself, his expression completely unreadable. Then he handed it back to the bailiff to be read aloud for the official record. The bailiff cleared his throat. He began to read the charges one by one. The jury found Al Capone not guilty on some of the minor, older charges where the statute of limitations had run out. For a brief, shining second, a look of desperate hope flashed across Capone's tired face. But the hope vanished instantly as the bailiff continued reading the major charges. The years where Frank Wilson had found the absolute, undeniable proof of the massive, untaxed fortune. "Guilty," the bailiff read, his voice echoing off the high, dark walnut walls. "Guilty. Guilty." The word hit Capone like physical blows. He physically slumped in his chair, the air rushing out of his lungs. He had been found guilty of multiple counts of felony tax evasion. The paper cage had finally snapped shut. The most powerful, heavily armed, and deeply feared criminal in the history of the United States had just been brought down by an accountant with terrible eyesight and a few dusty ledgers. The courtroom erupted. Reporters threw their notebooks into the air and pushed their way toward the heavy double doors, sprinting down the marble hallways to find a telephone. The flashing bulbs of the cameras turned the dim room into a blinding storm of white light. Federal agents hugged each other, tears of pure relief standing in their eyes. But the ordeal was not completely over. The verdict was only the first half of the battle. The sentence still had to be handed down, and that power belonged entirely to Judge Wilkerson. Capone's lawyers desperately pleaded for mercy. They argued that their client was a sick man, that the public anger was completely out of proportion, and that he should receive a light sentence, perhaps a few years in a comfortable county jail. Judge Wilkerson listened patiently to the arguments, but his mind was already made up. A week later, Capone was brought back into the courtroom to hear his final fate. He wore a subdued, dark blue suit, completely stripped of his usual bright colors and flashy jewelry. He looked older, heavier, and completely defeated. The judge looked down from his bench, his eyes stern and unforgiving. He did not give a long, dramatic speech about the evils of the underworld or the blood spilled in the gang wars. He focused entirely on the law, on the absolute necessity of every citizen paying their fair share to the government that protected them. And then he delivered the absolute maximum penalty the law would allow. Al Capone was sentenced to 11 years in federal prison. He was also ordered to pay massive fines and the back taxes he owed, totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars, a completely staggering sum of money during the Great Depression. 11 years. In the fast, violent world of the organized underworld, 11 years was an eternity. It was a lifetime. Capone visibly swayed on his feet when he heard the number. He tried to smile for the cameras as the federal marshals clamped heavy steel handcuffs around his wrists. But the smile was a tragic, broken thing. The king was dead, and this time there was no blood on the floor, only ink on a piece of paper. The transition from the absolute ruler of Chicago to a simple number in the federal penal system was brutal and incredibly swift. The government had learned their lesson from Capone's previous luxurious stay in the Philadelphia prison. They were not going to allow him to buy a comfortable suite, order expensive food, or run his criminal empire from behind bars. They wanted to make an example of him, to show the entire country that the era of the untouchable gangster was completely over. Capone was placed on a heavily guarded train heading south. The windows of the train car were completely blacked out. Federal agents carrying Thompson submachine guns stood at both ends of the car, watching his every single move. As the train rumbled out of the freezing, gray city of Chicago, leaving behind the massive skyline and the dark waters of Lake Michigan, Capone looked down at his shackled hands. He was traveling to the United States Penitentiary in Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta Federal Penitentiary was a massive, imposing fortress built of solid stone. It was designed to hold the most dangerous men in the country. It was loud, it was violent, and it was deeply unforgiving. When Capone arrived, the heavy iron gates slammed shut behind him with a terrifying finality. He was stripped of his expensive custom-made suits. He was forced to shower in a cold, open room with dozens of other men. The diamond rings and the platinum watches were locked away in a small paper envelope. He was handed a rough, scratchy blue denim uniform and a pair of cheap, heavy work boots. The man who had once worn silk underwear and slept on imported Egyptian cotton was given a thin, lumpy mattress in a tiny, crowded cell. He was no longer Alphonse Capone, the great boss of the South Side. He was officially inmate number 40886. The warden of the Atlanta prison made it incredibly clear from the very first day that Capone would receive absolutely no special treatment. He was assigned to the prison shoe shop. Every morning, he woke up before the sun, marched in a straight, silent line with hundreds of other broken men, and spent 8 exhausting hours sitting at a dusty workbench, sewing the thick leather soles of cheap shoes. The work was mind-numbing and physically painful. His soft, manicured hands quickly became rough, calloused, and covered in small, deep cuts. In the beginning, Capone tried to use his old tricks. He tried to quietly bribe the prison guards to bring him cigars, extra food, and newspapers from Chicago. He tried to send secret messages out to his remaining lieutenants, but the federal government was watching him closer than they had ever watched any prisoner in history. The guards who were caught accepting his money were immediately fired and investigated. The secret messages were intercepted. The crushing reality of the federal prison system slowly began to break his spirit. Back in Chicago, the massive empire he had built did not completely collapse, but it fundamentally changed its entire nature. Without the loud, flashy, and violent leadership of Al Capone, the men who were left behind realized that the era of the celebrity gangster was a terrible mistake. The machine guns and the front-page headlines had brought the full terrifying power of the federal government crashing down on their heads. They needed to adapt if they wanted to survive. The leadership of the Chicago Syndicate quietly fell into the hands of a man named Frank Nitti. Nitti had been one of Capone's top enforcers, a man known as the Enforcer. But he was a completely different kind of boss. Where Capone was loud and loved the spotlight, Nitti was quiet, sickly, and absolutely hated the cameras. He rarely spoke above a whisper. He dressed in simple, conservative suits and looked more like a tired bank manager than a ruthless crime lord. Under Frank Nitti's quiet command, the Chicago outfit stepped completely out of the flashing lights and melted into the dark, invisible fabric of the city. They stopped the massive public gang wars in the streets. They stopped fighting with the police and started quietly buying them again, but this time with no boastful speeches to the reporters. They realized that true power does not need to be seen to be effective. The world outside the prison walls was moving on without the fallen king. The Roaring Twenties were nothing more than a fading, bitter memory. The country was focused on surviving the devastating poverty of the Great Depression, and the newly elected president, Franklin D. Roosevelt, was promising a new deal for the American people. One of the central promises of this new political era was the absolute end of the Prohibition laws, the grand social experiment that had made Al Capone a millionaire. The law that had caused so much blood to be spilled on the streets of Chicago was finally recognized as a massive, catastrophic failure. As Capone sat in his hot, crowded cell in Georgia, staring at the blank stone wall, the whispers of the coming repeal of Prohibition reached his ears. He realized that the river of gold, the massive, unending flow of illegal alcohol money that had built his empire, was about to dry up completely. The world he had conquered was disappearing, turning into dust and old newspaper clippings. And as if the loss of his freedom and his empire was not enough, a dark, terrifying secret that had been hiding inside Capone's own body for years was finally beginning to wake up. It was a ghost from his very early days, long before he wore tailored silk suits or commanded an army of men in the suburbs of Chicago. When Al Capone was just a teenager, working as a rough, heavy-fisted bouncer in the cheap, smoke-filled dance halls and brothels of New York, he had contracted syphilis. In the early 20th century, medical treatments for the disease were primitive, painful, and often completely ineffective. Like many young, arrogant men of his time, Capone had ignored the early symptoms. He felt strong, he felt invincible, and he simply pushed the illness out of his mind as he climbed the bloody ladder of the underworld. But the disease had never left him. It had simply gone to sleep, hiding deep within his nervous system, waiting patiently for years. Now, in the crushing, stressful environment of the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, the dormant bacteria began to aggressively attack his brain. This late stage of the illness, known as neurosyphilis, is a cruel and terrifying condition. It does not just destroy the body, it slowly and systematically dismantles the mind. The signs began quietly. The guards in Atlanta noticed that the once sharp, calculating crime boss would sometimes lose his train of thought in the middle of a sentence. He would suffer from sudden, unpredictable mood swings, bursting into tears over minor frustrations, or laughing loudly at things that were not funny. His physical coordination started to fail. The man who used to confidently stride through the lobbies of expensive hotels now shuffled his feet along the dusty concrete floors of the prison, his hands trembling slightly as he tried to sew the heavy leather shoes in the workshop. The other inmates, men who had once worshipped the ground he walked on, began to see the cracks in his armor. In the brutal, unforgiving hierarchy of federal prison, weakness is blood in the water. Capone was no longer feared. Men began to challenge him, pushing past him in the cafeteria lines and ignoring his demands. Desperate to maintain his illusion of power, Capone tried to use his hidden wealth to buy protection from the other prisoners, handing out favors and trying to manipulate the guards. The federal government was watching his every move. They saw that even in his declining mental state, Capone was still trying to corrupt the system. They realized that the Atlanta penitentiary, with its massive population and deeply ingrained smuggling networks, was too porous. They needed to place the fallen king in a cage so tight, so completely isolated from the outside world, that his money and his name would mean absolutely nothing. Fortunately for the government, a brand new cage had just been built. In August of 1934, the guards came to Capone's cell in the middle of the night. They did not tell him where he was going. They simply ordered him to pack his few meager belongings. He was shackled with heavy steel chains around his wrists, his waist, and his ankles. He was marched out of the dark stone fortress of Atlanta and loaded onto a specially designed, heavily armored train car. The windows of the train were covered with thick metal grates, completely blocking out the sun. The journey across the vast American continent took days. Inside the dark, rolling steel box, the heat was suffocating. The relentless, rhythmic clacking of the train wheels against the iron tracks echoed loudly in the small space. Capone sat in silence, sweating in his heavy denim uniform, his mind clouded by the progressing disease, entirely unsure of his final destination. He only knew that the air outside was slowly changing. The thick, humid heat of the southern plains gave way to a sharp, cold breeze. When the train finally ground to a halt, the heavy steel doors slid open. Capone stepped out into the blinding daylight and breathed in the sharp, stinging scent of cold salt water and iodine. He was standing on a dock in California. Surrounding him were federal marshals carrying heavy shotguns. They led him onto a small, sturdy ferry boat that immediately pushed away from the wooden pier, cutting through the dark, choppy waves of San Francisco Bay. Through the thick, rolling gray fog that famously covers the bay, a massive, terrifying shape slowly began to appear. It was a barren island of solid rock, rising sharply out of the freezing water. Perched on top of the steep cliffs was a sprawling complex of gray concrete buildings, surrounded by tall steel watchtowers and high fences topped with razor wire. This was the United States Penitentiary, Alcatraz. The rest of the world simply called it The Rock. Alcatraz was not designed to rehabilitate criminals. It was not designed to teach them a trade or prepare them for a return to society. It was designed entirely for punishment and absolute containment. It was the end of the line, a place where the government sent the men who could not be broken anywhere else. The freezing currents of the bay circling the island moved so fast, and the water was so incredibly cold, that swimming to the mainland was considered physically impossible. When Capone stepped off the ferry and walked up the steep, winding concrete path toward the main cell block, the cold wind whipped against his face. He was led through a series of heavy steel doors that slammed shut behind him with a deafening metallic crash that seemed to shake the very foundation of the island. Inside the main cell block, the atmosphere was completely different from Atlanta. There was no chaotic shouting, no crowded workshops, and no hidden corners where prisoners could gamble or trade smuggled goods. Alcatraz was a masterpiece of cold, clinical order. The cells were tiny, measuring just 5 feet wide by 9 feet long. They contained a small folding steel bed, a thin mattress, a toilet without a seat, and a small metal sink with a single cold water tap. The walls were painted a pale, institutional green. The bars on the front of the cells were made of hardened, tool-resistant steel. Upon his arrival, Capone was stripped of his name entirely. The warden of Alcatraz, a strict, uncompromising man named James A. Johnston, looked at the former king of Chicago and informed him that he had absolutely no rights on the island. He was only entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Everything else, including the privilege to work, to read a library book, or to speak to another human being, had to be earned through perfect obedience. Capone was officially registered as inmate number AZ-85. The psychological torture of Alcatraz began immediately. The most crushing rule on the island, a rule strictly enforced by the heavy-handed guards, was the policy of absolute silence. The inmates were not allowed to speak to each other while walking in the halls, while eating in the massive dining room, or while working in the laundry facilities. Any man caught whispering was instantly sent to the dark, freezing, solitary confinement cells located in the basement, an area the prisoners fearfully called the Hole. For a man like Al Capone, a man who had spent his entire life talking, negotiating, laughing loudly, and commanding rooms full of people, the silence was devastating. He spent 23 hours a day locked inside his tiny green cage. He could hear the ocean waves crashing relentlessly against the sharp rocks below his window. He could hear the mournful cries of the seagulls circling the island. And worst of all, when the wind blew in the right direction, he could hear the sounds of the city of San Francisco, located just a mile and a half across the water. On New Year's Eve, the prisoners lying in their dark cells could hear the faint, joyful music playing from the wealthy yacht clubs on the mainland. They could hear the laughter of free men and women, and the distant popping of fireworks lighting up the sky. It was a brilliant, cruel reminder of the vibrant, living world that existed just beyond their reach, a world they would likely never touch again. As the months dragged on into years, the silence and the isolation accelerated the decay of Capone's mind. The syphilis bacteria continued to chew away at his brain cells. He began to suffer from severe, lingering periods of deep depression, sitting on his thin mattress for hours, staring blankly at the concrete wall. Other times, he would become manically energetic, pacing back and forth in his tiny cell, arguing loudly with invisible people from his past, trying to give orders to men who had been dead for years. He was eventually allowed to work, assigned to the prison laundry, folding heavy canvas sheets and washing the rough uniforms of the other men. It was a humiliating fall from grace. He also requested permission to play an instrument to pass the endless hours. His family sent him a banjo. He would sit on his bed, his large, clumsy fingers plucking the metal strings, playing sad, slow songs that echoed down the long, silent corridors of the cell block. The other prisoners on Alcatraz were some of the most hardened, violent men in the country. They were bank robbers, kidnappers, and ruthless killers who cared nothing for the history of the Chicago gang wars. To them, Capone was just a loud, fading old man who swept the floors and played the banjo. The absolute lack of respect culminated in a sudden, violent encounter. While Capone was standing in the prison barber shop, waiting to have his hair cut, A young, aggressive bank robber from Texas named James Lucas decided to make a name for himself. Lucas grabbed a pair of sharp, heavy metal shears from the barber's counter and lunged at the former crime boss. He stabbed Capone deeply in the back. 10 years earlier, a man who dared to touch Al Capone would have been hunted down, tortured, and his body dumped in a frozen river. But on the cold concrete floor of Alcatraz, bleeding from a stab wound, AZ-85 could do nothing. The guards quickly subdued Lucas, and Capone was taken to the prison hospital. He survived the physical wound, but the psychological blow was fatal to whatever pride he had left. The illusion of the untouchable boss was completely shattered, bleeding out onto the sterile tiles of the island hospital. While the mind of the great Al Capone slowly dissolved in the middle of San Francisco Bay, the city he had once ruled was undergoing a massive, historic transformation. The year was 1933, and the bitter, violent era of the Roaring Twenties had officially given way to the desperate struggles of the Great Depression. The American public was exhausted. They were tired of the poverty, tired of the empty factories, and completely tired of the endless bloodshed caused by the Volstead Act, the grand social experiment of Prohibition, which had tried to force morality onto a thirsty nation, was widely recognized as a catastrophic failure that had only served to make criminals unimaginably wealthy. In December of 1933, the United States Congress officially ratified the 21st Amendment, repealing Prohibition. The law that had built the Chicago Empire was erased from the books. Across the country, breweries opened their heavy wooden doors legally for the first time in over a decade. Saloons turned their lights back on. Men and women stood in the streets, raising glasses of cold, legal beer to the sky, celebrating the return of their freedom. For the men of the Chicago underworld, the men who had inherited the massive syndicate Capone left behind, the end of Prohibition was a massive financial blow. But it was not the end of the world. Under the quiet, careful leadership of Frank Nitti, the organization had already seen the writing on the wall. They knew the river of illegal alcohol money was going to dry up, so they simply moved their operations into new, darker territories. The syndicate was no longer a group of street thugs fighting over barrels of beer. They had evolved into a sophisticated, modern corporation. They poured their remaining wealth into massive, illegal gambling networks, setting up underground casinos and controlling the numbers rackets that preyed on the poor neighborhoods of the city. They infiltrated the labor unions, threatening the honest workers and forcing massive construction companies to pay them millions of dollars in extortion money just to keep their building sites operating. They even looked far beyond the borders of Chicago. The quiet men of the outfit began taking trains out west, setting their sights on the glittering, booming movie industry in Hollywood. They used their control of the theatrical projectionist unions to threaten the major movie studios. They told the wealthy studio executives that if they did not pay the syndicate massive, secret bribes, every movie theater in the country would go dark. It was a new kind of robbery, conducted not with machine guns in dark alleys, but with quiet conversations in expensive, sun-drenched offices in California. The violent, flashy era of the bootlegging gangster, the era of the bright silk suits and the drive-by shootings, was dead and buried. The new mafia operated completely in the shadows. They did not want their names in the newspapers. They did not want to be famous. They only wanted the money, and they gathered it with a quiet, terrifying efficiency that would shape the American underworld for the next 50 years. The city of Chicago itself was also trying desperately to clean up its bloody reputation and move into the modern age. In the summer of 1933, while Capone was still suffering in Atlanta and Prohibition was living its final days, the city hosted the Century of Progress World's Fair. They built massive, futuristic pavilions along the shores of Lake Michigan. They showcased incredible new technologies, shining bright neon lights into the night sky, trying to show the world that Chicago was a city of science, industry, and progress, not just a battleground for gangsters. Millions of people traveled from around the globe to walk the pristine, heavily policed fairgrounds, eating sweet cotton candy and marveling at the wonders of the modern world. They walked past the very same streets where, just a few years earlier, heavy transport trucks had rumbled through the night, carrying illegal Canadian whiskey, and where men had fallen bleeding onto the icy pavement. The blood had been washed away, the bullet holes in the brick walls had been plastered over, and the dark history was being swept neatly under the rug of progress. But out in the freezing waters of San Francisco Bay, locked inside a small green cell, the history of Chicago's darkest era was living out its final tragic chapter. By 1938, the syphilis in Capone's brain had progressed so far that he was completely incapable of functioning in the strict, disciplined environment of the main cell block. He could no longer follow the simple orders of the guards. He spent his days in a state of deep, childlike confusion, shuffling aimlessly, talking to the cold concrete walls, completely lost in a past that no longer existed. The prison doctors examined him and realized that his mind was permanently gone. The feared king of the underworld had the mental capacity of a 12-year-old child. He was no longer a threat to society, to the federal government, or to the men who had taken his place in the shadows of Chicago. He was just a sick, broken man trapped in a decaying body. Realizing that keeping him on the island served no further purpose, the government made a quiet decision. They did not issue a grand press release. They did not invite the newsreel cameras. In early 1939, they packed up the few belongings of AZ-85, walked him slowly down the steep concrete path to the ferry, and took him off the rock forever. The ferry boat pushed away from the rocky shore of Alcatraz, its heavy diesel engine vibrating through the wooden deck. The freezing saltwater spray whipped across the bow, mingling with the thick grey fog that perpetually wrapped the island in a damp blanket. Standing on the deck, surrounded by federal guards whose faces showed more pity than fear, was a man who no longer understood where he was going. He wore a simple, cheap suit provided by the prison. His shoulders, once broad and intimidating, were slumped. His eyes, which used to calculate empires and command armies of violent men, were completely vacant. He stared out at the dark, choppy water of San Francisco Bay, a quiet, broken passenger on a journey he could not comprehend. The United States government did not simply open the gates and let him walk away. The release of Al Capone was a slow, carefully managed bureaucratic process. They knew they were not releasing a crime boss. They were releasing a medical patient. From Alcatraz, he was transferred to a federal correctional institution at Terminal Island in Southern California, a place with a slightly softer climate and better medical facilities. But the warm California sun could not heal a brain that had been systematically devoured by advanced neurosyphilis. The doctors at Terminal Island ran their tests. They asked him simple questions. They asked him what year it was, what city he was in, and what his name was. Sometimes he answered with a bright, childlike smile, remembering his past with flashes of startling clarity. Other times, he simply wept, confused by the unfamiliar faces and the sterile white walls of the hospital wing. His medical charts were filled with cold clinical language, describing a man suffering from severe paresis, a slow, degenerative decaying of the mind and body. The disease had eroded his memory, his judgment, and his ability to control his own emotions. When the government was finally satisfied that he had served his time and was no longer a threat to society, they transferred him one last time. He was put on a train heading east, back across the vast American landscape, to the federal penitentiary in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. This was the final stop. It was a brief stay, purely for administrative purposes, to process the final paperwork that would officially turn inmate AZ-85 back into a civilian. In November of 1939, after serving 7.5 years of his 11-year sentence, the heavy steel doors opened for the last time. Waiting for him on the other side was not an army of reporters. There were no flashing cameras, no crowds of curious citizens, and no loyal lieutenants waiting in bulletproof Cadillacs. The world had moved on. The only person waiting for him was his wife, May Capone. May had been a silent, enduring figure throughout the chaotic, violent decades of his reign. She had married him when he was just a young, aggressive kid in Brooklyn, long before the silk suits and the millions of dollars. She had looked the other way during his countless infidelities, and she had raised their son in a house that was constantly surrounded by armed guards and the threat of assassination. Now, she was taking on her final, most tragic role. She was becoming his full-time nurse. She took his arm gently, guiding him toward a waiting car, as if he were an elderly, fragile grandfather. They began the long journey south, far away from the freezing winters of the Midwest and the dark, towering skyline of Chicago. They were heading back to the only true sanctuary he had left, the sprawling, beautiful mansion on Palm Island in Miami, Florida. When they arrived at the estate, the heavy wooden gates swung open, allowing the car to roll onto the pristine, sun-drenched driveway. The air was thick and warm, smelling deeply of salt water, sweet hibiscus flowers, and blooming jasmine. The massive palm trees swayed gently in the coastal breeze. From the outside, the estate looked exactly as it had during the height of the Roaring Twenties. The white stucco walls gleamed in the sunlight. The massive, custom-built swimming pool sparkled with clear blue water. But inside, the house was a tomb. During the golden years, the Palm Island mansion had been a fortress of endless noise and extravagant celebrations. It was a place where local politicians drank expensive smuggled champagne, where jazz bands played late into the humid nights, and where the most powerful men in the American underworld gathered to divide the wealth of the nation. The rooms used to echo with loud laughter, the clinking of crystal glasses, and the heavy footsteps of bodyguards patrolling the hallways. Now, the house was wrapped in a heavy, suffocating silence. The expensive carpets absorbed the slow, shuffling footsteps of the fallen king. He spent his days wearing loose, comfortable pajamas, wandering aimlessly through the massive, empty rooms. The staff had been drastically reduced. There were no armed men standing by the doors, because there was no one left who wanted to kill him. His enemies from the North Side gang were either dead, in prison, or had long since forgotten about the man who destroyed them. Days in Florida blurred together in a haze of tropical heat and mental fog. Capone's behavior became increasingly erratic and deeply sad. On some afternoons, he would walk out to the edge of his beautiful swimming pool. He would take a fishing rod, carefully bait the hook, and cast the line directly into the chlorinated water. He would sit there for hours in a folding chair, the warm sun beating down on his face, genuinely believing he was out on a grand yacht in the middle of the ocean, waiting for a fish to bite. On other days, The ghosts of Chicago would come to visit him. He would hold loud, intense conversations with the empty air. He would argue passionately with men who had been buried for a decade. He would yell at Bugs Moran, trying to negotiate a peace treaty that had failed a lifetime ago. He would speak respectfully to Johnny Torrio, asking for advice on how to handle the police. May would find him standing in the middle of the living room, pointing a trembling finger at an invisible enemy, his face flushed with the old terrible anger. She would gently take his hand, speak to him in a soft, soothing voice, and lead him back to bed. While Al Capone was fishing in his swimming pool and talking to ghosts, the city of Chicago was thriving under the invisible corporate management of the new syndicate. Frank Nitti, the quiet, sickly man who had taken the throne, ran the outfit with the cold precision of a bank executive. Nitti hated the flamboyant legacy Capone had left behind. He believed that fame was a poison that inevitably brought the federal government to your doorstep. Under Nitti's leadership, the Chicago gangsters stopped wearing bright, custom-tailored suits. They started wearing simple, conservative gray and brown. They wanted to look exactly like every other businessman walking down LaSalle Street. They stopped shooting each other in crowded restaurants and started solving their disputes in quiet, secluded rooms. They expanded their illegal gambling empires across the entire Midwest, creating massive, incredibly profitable networks of wire rooms that took bets on horse races from coast to coast. The money flowing into the Chicago outfit was actually greater than it had ever been during the Prohibition era. But it was quiet money. It was invisible money. The new bosses did not buy massive mansions in Florida or hand out $50 bills to beggars on the street. They invested their illegal profits into legitimate businesses, buying real estate, hotels, and construction companies. They became deeply embedded in the American economy, a dark, silent thread woven into the fabric of the nation. In their private meetings, they rarely even mentioned the name Al Capone. To them, he was a cautionary tale, a loud, messy mistake from the past that they were determined never to repeat. As the decade of the 1930s finally drew to a close, the attention of the entire world began to shift drastically. The desperate poverty of the Great Depression was slowly beginning to lift, but it was being replaced by a shadow that was far larger and infinitely more terrifying than any gang war. The newspapers that had once printed massive headlines about the St. Valentine's Day massacre were now printing dark, ominous reports about the march of armies across Europe. The radio broadcasts stopped playing the light, carefree jazz music of the Roaring Twenties. Families gathered around their wooden cabinet radios in their living rooms, listening with growing dread to the crackling voices of journalists reporting from London, Paris, and Berlin. They heard about the rise of dictators, the bombing of cities, and the absolute destruction of entire nations. The world was standing on the edge of the most devastating conflict in human history. When the calendar turned to the early 1940s, the United States was pulled directly into the massive storm of World War II. The young men of America, the same kind of young men who might have joined the street gangs a generation earlier, were now putting on military uniforms and boarding transport ships heading across the Atlantic and the Pacific. The factories in Chicago, which had sat empty and silent for years, suddenly roared back to life, working day and night to produce tanks, airplanes, and ammunition for the war effort. The American public completely lost interest in the fading stories of the Prohibition gangsters. They had real, terrifying monsters to worry about across the ocean. The names of the old mobsters were replaced in the public consciousness by the names of generals, admirals, and foreign dictators. The scar that Al Capone had left on the city of Chicago began to fade. covered over by the massive, overwhelming wave of global history. Yet, isolated behind the high white walls of his Palm Island estate, Capone was entirely disconnected from the burning world outside. He did not read the newspapers. He did not understand the crackling news broadcasts on the radio. His universe had shrunk down to the size of a few rooms and a sunny patio. He was a man trapped out of time. He was a relic of a loud, violent era that the country was desperately trying to forget. As the sun set over Biscayne Bay, casting long golden reflections across the water, Capone would often sit on his terrace, wrapped in a heavy blanket, despite the tropical heat. His eyes would trace the slow movement of the clouds, his breathing shallow and tired. The great king of the Chicago underworld was slipping away, fading into the quiet Florida evening, leaving behind a legacy of blood and brass that would haunt the American imagination forever, even as the man himself forgot it all. The years rolled by with a slow, heavy rhythm in the tropical heat. The entire planet was consumed by the deafening roar of the Second World War. But inside the high white walls of the Palm Island estate, time was measured only by the quiet ticking of grandfather clocks and the strict schedule of medical treatments. By the mid-1940s, a medical miracle called penicillin became widely available to the public. It was a stunning scientific breakthrough, a drug that could finally cure the disease that had haunted humanity for centuries. The doctors brought the small glass vials to the Florida mansion and administered the drug to the former crime boss with a sense of desperate hope. But the miracle had arrived far too late. The medicine could successfully kill the bacteria in his bloodstream, but it could not rebuild the delicate brain tissue that had already been systematically destroyed over the past decade. The damage was permanently locked in. The drug merely stabilized his physical decline, leaving him trapped in the twilight of his own ruined mind, a gentle, confused ghost haunting his own expensive hallways. As the war across the oceans finally came to an end, and the soldiers began returning home to a newly victorious America, the final chapter of Al Capone's life drew to a quiet, unremarkable close. There was no dramatic shootout with federal agents. There was no betrayal by a jealous lieutenant in a dark alley. The end came with the slow, inevitable failing of a tired human body. In January of 1947, the air in Miami was unusually cool and damp. Capone suffered a sudden, massive stroke. His heavy body collapsed, and he was rushed to his bed. For several days, he hovered in the dark space between life and death. He briefly regained consciousness, looking around at the soft, warm light of his bedroom and the terrified, exhausted face of his wife, May. But his heart, which had endured years of extreme stress, heavy drinking, and the brutal conditions of federal prison, was simply too weak to continue. A fatal case of pneumonia settled deep into his lungs. On January 25, 1947, surrounded by his immediate family, the heavy, labored breathing finally stopped. The room fell completely silent. The man who had once been the most famous, the most feared, and the most heavily armed citizen in the United States died quietly in his own bed at the age of 48. The news of his death spread across the country, but it did not cause the massive public panic or the sensational outrage it would have caused 20 years earlier. The newspapers printed his obituary on the front pages, but the tone was mostly reflective, looking back at a strange, violent era of American history that felt completely disconnected from the modern, post-war world. His body was prepared in Florida and quietly placed on a train heading north, making the long, final journey back to the freezing winds of Chicago. The funeral was a stark, almost unbelievable contrast to the massive floral spectacles of the Roaring Twenties. When Dion O'Banion had been murdered, thousands of people had lined the streets, weeping openly as a miles-long parade of silver cars carried him to the cemetery. But for the King of Chicago, there were no massive crowds. The Chicago Police Department, fearing a sudden outbreak of violence or a media circus, flooded the cemetery with heavily armed officers. They blocked the roads and turned away the curious public. Only a very small, tightly knit group of family members stood shivering in the biting January cold as the heavy wooden casket was lowered into the frozen, unforgiving ground of Mount Olivet Cemetery. It was later moved to Mount Carmel, resting permanently under a modest grey stone, surrounded by the very same men he had fought, commanded, and outlived. The era of Al Capone was officially buried in the snow. But the massive, invisible machine he had helped build, the Chicago outfit, did not die with him. In fact, while Capone was slowly fading away in Florida, the underworld of Chicago had already experienced its own quiet, internal earthquakes, completely transforming the nature of organized crime in America. To understand this transformation, we have to look back just a few years before Capone's death, to the tragic and sudden fall of the man who had taken his place. Frank Nitti, the quiet, conservative boss who hated the spotlight, had successfully guided the syndicate through the difficult transition after the end of Prohibition. He had taken the organization out of the bloody streets and into the quiet, highly profitable boardrooms of corporate extortion. Nitti's greatest success had been the infiltration of the Hollywood movie studios. By controlling the massive labor unions of the theatrical projectionists and the stagehands, the Chicago mob was successfully bleeding millions of dollars from the glamorous, sun-drenched movie industry in California. The studio executives, terrified of labor strikes that could bankrupt their massive productions, secretly paid the Chicago gangsters massive suitcases full of cash. It was a perfect, invisible crime. But the federal government, empowered by the success of bringing down Capone, never stopped hunting. The FBI and the IRS had learned how to track the invisible flow of money. In 1943, they finally cracked the Hollywood extortion case. The federal prosecutors issued a massive, devastating indictment, charging the top leadership of the Chicago outfit with federal extortion. Frank Nitti's worst nightmare had come true. He was facing decades in a federal penitentiary. Nitti was not like Capone. He did not possess the reckless, arrogant bravery that allowed a man to walk into a courtroom with a confident smile. Nitti suffered from severe claustrophobia. The very thought of being locked inside a tiny, dark cell, trapped behind thick steel bars for the rest of his natural life, completely paralyzed him with absolute terror. He had spent a brief amount of time in prison years earlier, and the experience had broken his nerves entirely. The pressure from the other mob bosses was also crushing him. The younger, more aggressive leaders in the syndicate, men who did not want to go to prison for Nitti's Hollywood scheme, coldly demanded that he take the entire blame. They wanted him to plead guilty, protect the rest of the organization, and sacrifice himself for the good of the business. Nitti was trapped between the terrifying power of the United States government and the cold, unforgiving demands of his own men. On the morning of March 19, 1943, the day he was scheduled to surrender to a federal grand jury, Frank Nitti left his quiet, respectable suburban home. He did not get into a bulletproof Cadillac. He did not bring heavily armed bodyguards. He wore a heavy brown overcoat against the cold spring wind and simply started walking. He walked for miles, his head down, completely alone with his desperate, racing thoughts. He walked until he reached the heavy steel tracks of the Illinois Central Railroad. The area was industrial, loud, and completely deserted. The sky was the color of wet iron. Nitti sat down on the cold gravel near the tracks. He drank heavily from a small flask of cheap whiskey, trying to find a momentary escape from the suffocating walls closing in around his mind. He reached into the deep pocket of his coat and pulled out a small, loaded revolver. He did not leave a grand, dramatic note. He did not try to negotiate or fight his way out. The quiet boss of the Chicago underworld raised the weapon to his own head. 2 shots echoed through the empty rail yard, completely swallowed by the mechanical roar of a passing freight train. Frank Nitti's suicide marked the absolute end of the old guard. The men who had built the empire through bootlegging and open street warfare were now all gone. They were either dead, imprisoned, or buried in the snow. With Nitti lying on the railroad tracks, the leadership of the Chicago outfit instantly shifted to a completely different breed of criminal. The men who stepped out of the shadows to claim the throne were highly intelligent, completely ruthless, and possessing a terrifying vision for the future. Chief among them was a man named Paul Ricker, known on the streets as the Waiter, and his absolute closest ally, a massive, terrifyingly calm man named Tony Accardo. Tony Accardo was a true survivor. He had started his career at the very bottom of the underworld ladder, working as a simple, brutal enforcer for Al Capone during the bloody height of the Roaring Twenties. Before he was given a gun, Accardo used to break the legs of rival bootleggers using a solid wooden baseball bat. He was so incredibly effective and violent with the bat that Capone himself had given him a nickname that would stick for the rest of his life: Joe Batters. But behind the thick muscles and the brutal nickname, Accardo possessed one of the most brilliant, calculating, and patient minds in the history of American crime. He had watched everything. He had stood silently in the background, while Capone loved the cameras and went to prison. He had watched Frank Nitti panic and shoot himself on the railroad tracks. Accardo learned the ultimate lesson of the underworld: fame is a terminal disease. When Accardo and Ricker took control of the outfit, they completely restructured the organization. They enforced a rule of absolute, unbreakable secrecy. There would be no more flashy suits. There would be no more interviews with newspaper reporters. Any man in the organization who drew unnecessary attention to himself, who started a public fight, or who killed a rival in a crowded public space, was immediately murdered by his own people. The new rule was simple: you do the work quietly, you make the money invisibly, and you never, ever speak to the law. Accardo realized that the violent, bloody extortion rackets of the past were drawing too much heat from the FBI. The world was modernizing, and the mafia needed to modernize with it. He looked beyond the borders of Chicago, beyond the cold winds of the Midwest, and he saw a shining, golden opportunity waiting in the empty, burning deserts of Nevada. Following the Second World War, the state of Nevada had legalized casino gambling. A few visionary gangsters from New York, like Bugsy Siegel, had already started building glamorous, neon-lit hotels in a small, dusty railroad town called Las Vegas. But they were struggling. They needed massive amounts of cash to build their desert palaces, and they needed political protection to keep them running. Tony Accardo saw the future. He understood that Las Vegas was the ultimate, perfect machine for washing illegal money. You could take millions of dollars generated from illegal street rackets in Chicago, physically carry the cash in heavy leather suitcases across the country, and drop it into the counting rooms of the Las Vegas casinos. The money would mix with the legitimate losses of the tourists, and it would emerge completely clean, legally taxed, and impossible for the federal government to trace. Ocado mobilized the immense wealth of the Chicago outfit. They did not just send muscle to the desert, they sent briefcases full of money. They used their corrupt influence over the massive, multi-million-dollar pension funds of the national labor unions, primarily the Teamsters Union, to secure massive secret loans for the casino developers. Chicago became the invisible, silent bank that funded the explosive growth of the Las Vegas Strip. They placed their own men, highly trained casino managers and expert cheaters, inside the counting rooms of the glittering hotels. These men perfected the art of the skim before the casino's profits were officially counted for the government tax agents. These managers would quietly remove millions of dollars in untraceable cash. The stolen money was packed into small cardboard boxes, loaded onto private airplanes, or driven in the trunks of fast cars, and delivered straight back to the quiet, conservative suburban homes of the bosses in Chicago. The money was staggering. It flowed like a silent, invisible river of gold, far greater than anything Johnny Torrio or Al Capone could have ever imagined during the messy, violent days of Prohibition. Under Tony Occado's supreme, quiet command, the Chicago outfit achieved a level of power that was completely unprecedented. They controlled massive blocks of votes in the local political machine, deciding who would be elected as judges, mayors, and police chiefs. They sat in quiet, wood-paneled steakhouses, eating expensive cuts of meat, drinking fine Italian wine, and making decisions that affected the economy of the entire United States. They had learned how to wear the mask of absolute respectability. Ocado lived in a massive, sprawling suburban mansion in River Forest, surrounded by manicured lawns and high fences. He threw lavish, respectable 4th of July parties, inviting the local police commanders and the politicians to drink his expensive whiskey and eat his catered food. If you asked him what he did for a living, he would look you straight in the eye without a hint of a smile and calmly tell you that he was simply a wholesale beer salesman. The machine guns were locked away in dark basements. The loud, chaotic gang wars were replaced by the quiet, terrifying efficiency of the corporate hitman. When the new outfit needed to eliminate a problem, they did not shoot up a crowded restaurant or leave bodies bleeding on the steps of a cathedral. The victims simply vanished. A man would walk out of his house to start his car in the morning, and he would never be seen again. His body would be quietly buried deep beneath the foundation of a new highway, or crushed inside the trunk of a car at a scrap metal yard. The violence became completely invisible, leaving no crime scene, no witnesses, and no evidence for the federal agents to find. This was the terrifying masterpiece that grew from the ashes of the St. Valentine's Day massacre. A perfectly tuned, completely silent engine of corruption that wrapped its fingers around the heart of the country, proving that the most dangerous monsters are not the ones who roar in the street, but the ones who smile quietly in the shadows. To truly understand how this silent engine operated at its absolute peak, you have to look inside the windowless counting rooms of the Las Vegas casinos during the 1950s. Out on the main floor, the atmosphere was a carefully constructed fantasy. The air was kept perfectly cool, heavily filtered to remove the smell of cheap cigars and nervous sweat. There were no clocks on the walls and no windows to let in the harsh desert sun, ensuring that the tourists never realized how many hours or how many days they had been pulling the levers of the slot machines. Beautiful women in sparkling dresses carried trays of free, ice-cold cocktails, keeping the gamblers happy, distracted, and completely numb to their massive losses. But behind a series of heavy, locked steel doors, guarded by men who did not smile and did not speak, was the absolute reality of the casino business. The counting room was a bright, sterile space that looked more like a bank vault than a glamorous entertainment venue. Every night, the heavy drop boxes from beneath the blackjack tables and the roulette wheels were unbolted and carried into this room. The sheer volume of paper money was completely overwhelming. In the most profitable casinos, the management did not even have the time to count the dollar bills by hand. Instead, they placed massive stacks of green paper onto highly calibrated industrial scales, weighing the cash like it was raw meat or blocks of gold. It was in this chaotic, paper-filled room that the true genius of the Chicago outfit's operation took place. The process of the skim was beautifully simple. Before the official accountants arrived to record the nightly profits for the state tax boards, the men representing the hidden Chicago interests would quietly step up to the tables. They would take hundreds of thousands of dollars in untraceable cash, pack it tightly into plain brown paper grocery bags or unassuming leather briefcases, and walk out the back door. Money then began a quiet cross-country journey. A courier, usually a completely unremarkable man dressed like a traveling vacuum salesman or an insurance broker, would take a taxi to McCarran Field. He would board a late-night commercial flight, placing the heavy briefcase under his seat. He would sleep quietly as the airplane flew over the dark, frozen peaks of the Rocky Mountains, descending hours later into the biting cold of the Midwest. A few hours after that, the briefcase would be sitting on a heavy oak table in the back room of a quiet Italian restaurant in Chicago, or in the basement of a sprawling suburban home in River Forest. Tony Accardo would sit at the head of the table, wearing a comfortable, conservative sweater, drinking a small glass of homemade wine. He would watch as the stacks of crisp, uncounted Las Vegas cash were poured onto the table. It was pure profit. No taxes, no government oversight, and most importantly, no blood on the floor. Tony Accardo had successfully transformed a gang of violent street thugs into a massive, multi-million-dollar corporation. But Accardo was not just a brilliant manager. He was a profound student of underworld history. He had personally stood beside Al Capone during the Roaring Twenties. He had seen the bright, blinding flash of the cameras, and he had seen the devastating, crushing weight of the federal government that always followed. He knew that the man who sat at the absolute top of the pyramid, the man whose name was whispered on the streets as the supreme boss, was always the man who eventually caught the deadly attention of the Internal Revenue Service and the FBI. Accardo realized that to survive, to truly beat the system and enjoy the millions of dollars he had accumulated, he needed to step back into the deep shadows. He decided to voluntarily step down from the day-to-day operations of the Chicago outfit. He transitioned into the role of a senior statesman, a supreme advisor who would only be consulted on the most massive, organization-altering decisions. To take his place on the front lines, Accardo needed to appoint a new boss. He needed a man who was fierce enough to keep the violent street crews and the greedy lieutenants in absolute line. But he also needed a man who was arrogant enough to act as a lightning rod, drawing the attention of the police and the press away from Accardo's quiet, wealthy retirement. He found the perfect candidate in a man named Salvatore Giancarlo. In the underworld, Salvatore was known as Mooney Sam. The nickname Mooney was not a term of endearment. It was a street slang term meaning crazy, unpredictable, and completely volatile. Giancarlo was a terrifying throwback to the bloody days of the Prohibition street wars. He had started his criminal career as a highly skilled, completely fearless getaway driver for a brutal group of young killers known as the 42 Gang. He was a man who solved his problems with extreme, immediate violence, leaving a trail of bodies behind him as he clawed his way up the ranks of the syndicate. Accardo believed that Giancana's absolute ruthlessness made him the perfect manager to keep the massive machine running smoothly. But Accardo fundamentally misunderstood one crucial aspect of Giancana's personality. Unlike the quiet, conservative leaders who had preceded him, Sam Giancana secretly harbored a deep, burning desire to be famous. He did not want to eat his meals in the dark back rooms of quiet restaurants. He did not want to hide his immense wealth in suburban basements. Giancana was intoxicated by the glamour of the modern age. He was a ghost of Al Capone, reborn in the atomic era, and he was determined to drag the Chicago outfit, kicking and screaming, back into the bright, flashing lights of the public stage. As soon as Giancana took the reins of power, the entire atmosphere of the organization shifted. He began wearing incredibly expensive, custom-tailored silk suits that shimmered in the light. He wore massive diamond rings that caught the attention of every eye in the room, and he walked in a cloud of heavy, expensive cologne. He stopped holding his meetings in the quiet suburbs and started flying out to New York and Los Angeles, staying in the most expensive presidential suites the luxury hotels had to offer. Giancana became deeply, dangerously obsessed with Hollywood. The syndicate had already been extorting the movie studios for years, but Giancana wanted more than just the money. He wanted to sit at the same tables as the movie stars. He became close personal friends with some of the biggest celebrities of the era, most notably Frank Sinatra. Sinatra was the undisputed king of American entertainment, the leader of the legendary Rat Pack, and a man who possessed a deep, romantic fascination with the tough, dangerous men of the underworld. Sinatra opened the doors of high society to the Chicago boss. Suddenly, the man who used to drive getaway cars in bloody street wars was sitting in the front row of the Copacabana, drinking expensive champagne and laughing loudly with the most famous actors, singers, and politicians in the country. Giancana even began a highly publicized, deeply controversial romantic relationship with Phyllis McGuire, the lead singer of the McGuire Sisters, one of the most popular and wholesome pop music groups in America. He would travel around the country, following her tour, completely ignoring the fact that federal agents were trailing him through the airports and taking photographs of him sitting in the front row of her concerts. Back in Chicago, the older, wiser men of the outfit were absolutely furious. Tony Accardo sat in his quiet house, reading the newspaper columns that detailed Giancana's lavish Hollywood parties and his highly visible love life. Accardo sent quiet, stern warnings to his new boss. He reminded Giancana of the ultimate rule of the modern syndicate: invisibility is survival. He warned him that hanging around with famous singers and drawing the attention of newspaper columnists was a fatal, catastrophic mistake. But Giancana was completely deaf to the warnings. He was riding a wave of unprecedented power. The millions of dollars flowing in from the Las Vegas skim made him feel like a god. He truly believed that the Chicago outfit was no longer just a criminal gang. He believed it was a shadow government, an organization so wealthy, so deeply embedded in the political fabric of the country, that it was completely immune to the laws of ordinary men. This terrifying arrogance reached its absolute peak as the decade of the 1950s drew to a close, and the country prepared for the monumental presidential election of 1960. Giancana saw the political landscape of the United States not as a democratic process, but as just another massive racket to be controlled and manipulated. The Chicago mob had controlled the local politicians, the mayors, and the judges for decades. They had placed their own men in the state legislature and the governor's mansion. But Giancana looked toward Washington, D.C., and he decided that it was finally time for the underworld to place a man in the highest, most powerful office in the world. Through his glamorous Hollywood connections and his vast network of corrupt union bosses, Giancana began to quietly weave the power of the Chicago outfit into the fabric of the national political machine. He authorized the use of massive amounts of hidden, untraceable cash to fund political campaigns. He used the muscle of the syndicate to guarantee that the heavily controlled union workers turned out to vote exactly as they were told. He was playing the most dangerous game in the history of the American mafia. Al Capone had once tried to buy a jury, and it had cost him his empire and his mind. Sam Giancana was now trying to buy the White House. He believed that if he could help secure the presidency for a sympathetic candidate, the federal government would finally call off the FBI, close their massive investigative files, and leave the Las Vegas skim completely alone forever. It was a brilliant, incredibly audacious plan, built on a foundation of absolute hubris. Giancana felt he was the puppet master of the American century. He did not realize that by reaching his hand directly into the blinding fire of national politics, he was about to trigger a chain reaction of betrayal, vengeance, and devastating government crackdowns that would tear his glamorous world apart and bring the golden age of the Chicago underworld to a bloody, catastrophic end. The year was 1960. The United States was a nation standing on the edge of a bright, terrifying new frontier. The post-war economic boom had created a massive, wealthy middle class, and televisions were glowing in living rooms from coast to coast. The American people were preparing for a presidential election that felt like a turning point in history. On one side was the establishment, and on the other was a young, incredibly charismatic and sharp-witted senator from Massachusetts named John F. Kennedy. But behind the polished speeches, the bright television smiles, and the promises of a new generation of leadership, the Kennedy family carried a dark, hidden history. The patriarch of the family, Joseph Kennedy, was an intensely ambitious, incredibly wealthy man who had built a massive fortune during the rough, unregulated days of the early 20th century. He knew how the true levers of power in America actually worked. He knew that you could not win a razor-thin national election simply by shaking hands and giving good speeches. You needed the heavy, invisible machinery of the big cities to manufacture the votes, and there was no political machine on earth more powerful, more disciplined, or more completely corrupt than the one operating in Chicago. Joseph Kennedy understood that to secure the crucial electoral votes of Illinois, he needed the blessing and the muscle of the Chicago outfit. He allegedly reached out to his old contacts in the underworld, sending quiet messengers into the dark, smoky back rooms of the city. The message eventually reached the desk of Sam Giancana. Giancana listened to the plea with a wide, arrogant smile. He felt like the king of the world. The father of a potential president of the United States was asking him for a favor. Giancana saw an opportunity that Al Capone could have only dreamed of. He believed that if he delivered the White House to the Kennedy family, the federal government would owe him an unpayable debt. He pictured a golden future where the massive, illegal skimming operations in Las Vegas would be completely ignored by the authorities. He pictured a world where he could walk the streets, date famous singers, and hang around Hollywood movie sets without ever seeing an FBI agent taking his photograph. Giancana gave the order. The massive, deeply entrenched gears of the Chicago political machine began to turn. On Election Day in November of 1960, The weather in Chicago was cold and grey, but the ward bosses were sweating. The race across the country was incredibly close, a bitter fight down to the absolute last ballot. As the sun set and the rest of the nation watched their black and white televisions in nervous anticipation, the heavily mob-controlled wards of Chicago deliberately held back their voting totals. They waited in the smoky basements of local precinct houses, drinking stale coffee, waiting to see exactly how many votes John F. Kennedy needed to win the state. When the numbers became clear, the machine delivered. Thousands of votes materialized out of thin air. Dead people who had been buried in the local cemeteries for a decade miraculously cast their ballots. Ballot boxes from neighborhoods that supported the opposition simply vanished, rumored to have been thrown into the dark, freezing waters of the Chicago River. It was a masterpiece of raw, unfiltered corruption. When the sun rose the next morning, John F. Kennedy had won the state of Illinois by a microscopically thin margin, securing his path to the presidency. In his luxurious hotel suite, Sam Giancana celebrated. He poured expensive champagne, lit a premium cigar, and boasted to his top lieutenants that he had just bought the President of the United States. He believed he had reached the absolute peak of the American underworld. He had merged the invisible empire of the mafia with the highest office in the land. But Giancana's massive, blinding arrogance had completely blinded him to the true nature of the men he was dealing with. He thought he was dealing with old-school corrupt politicians who understood the quiet rules of the back room. He did not understand that he was dealing with a family that wanted to completely legitimize their name and wash away the sins of their past. The betrayal came swiftly, and it came with a devastating, paralyzing force. In January of 1961, the crisp, freezing air of Washington, D.C. served as the backdrop for the inauguration. Giancana waited comfortably in Chicago, expecting his reward. He expected the Justice Department to suddenly go blind. He expected the FBI agents who occasionally harassed his casinos to be reassigned to different cities. Instead, the newly elected president appointed his own younger brother, Robert F. Kennedy, to be the Attorney General of the United States. Robert Kennedy was the exact, absolute opposite of a corrupt, malleable politician. He was a brilliant, deeply religious, and fiercely intense young man who possessed a burning, righteous hatred for organized crime. During the 1950s, he had worked as a chief counsel for a Senate committee investigating the mafia, aggressively interrogating powerful mobsters on live television. He viewed the syndicate not as a group of businessmen, but as a deeply evil parasite feeding on the soul of the American working class. When Robert Kennedy took control of the Justice Department, he did not look the other way to repay a political debt. He declared an absolute, merciless war. For decades, the powerful director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, had largely ignored the existence of a national mafia, preferring to chase bank robbers and political dissidents. Robert Kennedy marched into Hoover's office and forced the massive weight of the FBI to turn its heavy gaze directly toward the organized underworld. He demanded daily reports. He demanded wiretaps. He demanded that the federal agents stop sitting behind their desks and start kicking down doors. Sam Giancana, the man who thought he owned the government, suddenly became the most heavily surveilled human being in the history of the United States. The FBI did not just tap his phones. They unleashed a terrifying, deeply humiliating tactic known as lockstep surveillance. The goal was not just to gather evidence. The goal was to completely destroy his mind and his public image. If Giancana walked out of his suburban home to get the morning newspaper, 2 federal agents in dark suits would be standing at the end of his driveway, taking his photograph. If he went to a quiet, expensive Italian restaurant to eat a plate of pasta, federal agents would walk into the dining room, pull up chairs at the very next table, and stare at him silently while he tried to eat. The harassment reached a fever pitch on the manicured, bright green grass of his private country club. Giancarlo loved to play golf. He loved the quiet, wealthy atmosphere of the golf course, wearing expensive imported slacks and smoking a cigar in the sunshine. But under Robert Kennedy's orders, the FBI agents rented their own golf carts. They followed Giancarlo from the first hole to the 18th. When Giancarlo would line up to take a delicate putt, the agents would deliberately step closer, the loud mechanical click of their camera shutters echoing across the silent green grass, intentionally ruining his concentration. Giancarlo's legendary, violent temper exploded. The man who used to order murders with a simple nod of his head was reduced to screaming like a madman on the golf course. He threw his expensive golf clubs at the federal agents. He cursed at them, his face turning dark purple with absolute helpless rage. But the agents did not flinch. They simply took out their notepads, wrote down his exact words, and took another photograph. The humiliation was not contained to Chicago. When Giancarlo flew across the country to visit his famous girlfriend, Phyllis McGuire, the FBI was waiting for him at the airport. They walked right up to the famous pop singer in front of the flashing cameras of the local press, loudly asking her if she knew she was sleeping with a violent murderer. Giancarlo had wanted to be a glamorous celebrity, but the federal government had turned him into a public circus, a toxic, radioactive figure that no legitimate person wanted to be seen with. The walls of the paper cage were closing in again, but this time it was not just one quiet accountant looking at dusty ledgers. It was an army of federal agents armed with advanced electronic listening devices, telephoto lenses, and the absolute unwavering backing of the Attorney General. They bugged the quiet tailoring shops where the mobsters held their meetings. They placed hidden microphones behind the baseboards of their private clubs. The silent, invisible empire of the Chicago outfit was suddenly being broadcast directly into the headphones of the federal government. Back in the quiet, deeply shadowed suburbs of River Forest, the true power of the organization was watching this catastrophic disaster unfold with cold, terrifying anger. Tony Accardo, the brilliant, patient architect of the Las Vegas Skim, sat in the dark, wood-paneled basement of his sprawling mansion. He poured a small glass of wine and listened to the reports of Giancarlo's screaming matches on the golf course. He saw the photographs of the Chicago boss on the front pages of the national newspapers, looking like a foolish, angry old man fighting with the police. Accardo was completely disgusted. The golden rule, the absolute foundation of their survival, had been shattered. Invisibility was dead. Giancarlo's massive ego, his desire to hang around with Frank Sinatra, and his unbelievable arrogance in trying to manipulate a presidential election had brought the most devastating, crushing heat the outfit had seen since the days of Elliot Ness and Al Capone. The massive river of money flowing from the Nevada deserts was still washing into the counting rooms of Chicago, but the cost of doing business was suddenly becoming too high. Federal grand juries were being convened. Subpoenas were being handed out to the top lieutenants, the quiet, conservative men who managed the union pension funds and the illegal wire rooms were terrified that Giancarlo's loud public circus was going to drag all of them into a federal penitentiary. Accardo reached out to the other senior members of the organization, men who had survived the bloody street wars of the 1920s by learning how to keep their mouths shut. They held a meeting. It was not a meeting of loud arguments or threatened violence. It was a cold, quiet corporate board meeting where the fate of the CEO was decided. They agreed that Sam Giancana had become a massive, unmanageable liability. He was no longer a lightning rod drawing attention away from the real bosses. He was a blazing bonfire threatening to burn the entire house down to the ground. A quiet message was sent to Giancana. He was summoned to sit down with the old guard. The atmosphere in the room was chilling. They did not yell. They did not point guns at him. Tony Accardo simply looked at the man he had once placed on the throne, and with the heavy, terrifying authority of a man who had survived a half-century of underworld warfare, he told Giancana that his time was up. He was ordered to step down as the boss of the Chicago outfit. He was told to pack his bags, leave the country, and disappear into a quiet, invisible exile until the federal heat cooled down. For a man with Giancana's massive pride, a man who truly believed he had bought the President of the United States, the order was a devastating, humiliating blow. He had flown too close to the sun, intoxicated by the glamour of Hollywood and the intoxicating power of Washington, D.C. And now his own people were cutting his wings. But Giancana was stubborn. He was a creature of the bloody streets, a man who had never backed down from a fight in his entire life. He packed his bags and fled south to a luxurious villa in Mexico, avoiding the relentless subpoenas of the federal government. But as he sat in the sweltering heat of his foreign exile, surrounded by armed guards and drinking heavily, a dark, bitter resentment began to boil in his chest. He felt betrayed by the Kennedys, and he felt betrayed by his own mafia family. He refused to fade quietly into the pages of history. He began to whisper to his loyal associates that he was planning a return. He believed that he could outlast the old bosses, wait for the political winds to shift, and reclaim his rightful place at the head of the massive table. He did not know that the world he was waiting for was about to completely unravel. The 1960s were about to explode into a decade of assassinations, chaos, and absolute paranoia. And when Sam Giancana finally decided to cross the border and return to the quiet, tree-lined streets of Chicago, he would discover that the old men of the outfit did not share their power, and they never, ever forgave a mistake. The exile in Cuernavaca, Mexico, was not the glamorous, sun-drenched vacation Sam Giancana had envisioned when he packed his bags and fled the United States. He lived in a sprawling, heavily fortified compound, surrounded by high stucco walls and lush, vibrant tropical gardens. He had plenty of money, expensive cigars, and a staff of servants to cater to his every need. But for a man whose entire identity was tied to the dark, freezing streets of Chicago and the bright, flashing lights of Hollywood, the quiet beauty of the Mexican landscape felt like a beautifully decorated tomb. He spent his days sitting by his private pool, drinking heavily, and listening to the crackling reports of the American news on a shortwave radio. As the 1960s violently unfolded, Giancana watched from afar as the country he had tried to manipulate descended into absolute chaos. In November of 1963, the crackling radio delivered the shocking news that President John F. Kennedy had been assassinated in the bright sunshine of Dallas, Texas. Giancana sat in the humid Mexican heat, listening to the frantic voices of the reporters, the underworld immediately filled with dark, paranoid whispers. There were men in the shadows who quietly claimed that the mafia had orchestrated the assassination as revenge for the brutal crackdowns ordered by the Kennedy brothers. There were others who pointed fingers at the CIA, at rogue agents, or at a lone, disturbed gunman. Giancana never publicly spoke about the assassination, But the death of the president did not end the federal crusade against his empire. The massive files J. Edgar Hoover had compiled on the Chicago outfit were still sitting in Washington, and the federal agents were still hunting. 5 years later, in the chaotic summer of 1968, the radio delivered another devastating blow to the nation. Robert F. Kennedy, the Attorney General who had unleashed the terrifying lockstep surveillance on Giancana, the man who had ruined his golf games and humiliated him in front of the cameras, was assassinated in a hotel kitchen in Los Angeles. The two brothers who had brought the golden age of the mafia to a crashing halt were gone. But the world they left behind was permanently changed. The federal government had learned how to fight organized crime, and they were never going to stop. Giancana's quiet, bitter exile in Mexico lasted for nearly 8 years. He grew older, his health began to fail, and the isolation slowly drove him mad. He missed the power. He missed the respect. He desperately wanted to return to his hometown and reclaim his throne. But the old silent men of the outfit, led by the brilliant and terrifyingly patient Tony Accardo, had absolutely no desire to welcome him back. They had spent the last decade carefully rebuilding the invisible walls of their empire, expanding their corporate interests, and staying far away from the front pages of the newspapers. To them, Giancana was a toxic ghost from a careless past. The Mexican government eventually grew tired of hosting a famous American fugitive. In the summer of 1974, under heavy pressure from the United States Justice Department, Mexican authorities abruptly raided Giancana's luxurious compound. They did not give him time to pack his custom-tailored suits or call his expensive lawyers. They dragged him out of his house in his casual clothes, drove him to an airstrip, and threw him onto a plane heading straight back to Chicago. When Sam Giancana stepped off the airplane and breathed in the heavy, humid air of the Midwest, he was instantly surrounded by a massive swarm of federal agents and flashing cameras. But he did not look like the arrogant, terrifying crime boss of the 1950s. He looked like a tired, sick, and completely defeated old man. He had a weak heart, a failing gallbladder, and the deep, heavy bags of exhaustion under his eyes. The federal government immediately dragged him in front of a grand jury. They wanted him to testify about the massive, multi-million-dollar skimming operations in Las Vegas, and they wanted to know everything about the syndicate's deep ties to national politics. To force his hand, the government granted him absolute immunity. This was a brilliant, terrifying legal trap. With immunity, Giancana could not use the Fifth Amendment to protect himself from self-incrimination. If he refused to answer their questions, he was not just protecting his friends. He was committing the federal crime of contempt of court. Giancana sat in the grand jury room, surrounded by aggressive prosecutors in cheap suits. He looked at them with a mixture of disgust and exhaustion. He was a creature of the bloody, unforgiving streets of the Prohibition era. He had taken the oath of omerta decades ago, and despite his arrogance and his massive ego, he was not going to break the absolute, fundamental law of the underworld. He clamped his mouth shut. He refused to say a single word. The judge immediately held him in contempt and ordered him to be locked inside the Cook County Jail until he decided to speak. The man who had once slept in the finest presidential suites in Hollywood, the man who had dated famous pop singers and dined with Frank Sinatra, was forced to spend an entire year sitting in a dirty, crowded, and incredibly dangerous local jail. It was the ultimate, crushing humiliation. When a new grand jury was convened a year later, the contempt charge officially expired, and the government was legally forced to release him. Giancana walked out of the jail in the summer of 1975. he returned to his quiet, unassuming brick bungalow in the wealthy, tree-lined suburb of Oak Park. He was placed under heavy, 24-hour surveillance by the FBI. Dark sedans were parked at the end of his street, and federal agents watched his house through binoculars. But the federal agents sitting in their cars were not the only people watching Sam Giancana. A massive political storm had just erupted in Washington, D.C. The United States Senate had formed a special committee, known as the Church Committee, to investigate the dark, deeply illegal, and highly classified operations of the Central Intelligence Agency. The committee had uncovered a shocking, terrifying secret. They discovered that during the early 1960s, the CIA had secretly hired the American Mafia to assassinate the communist leader of Cuba, Fidel Castro. And the man the CIA had primarily dealt with to arrange this incredible treasonous plot was Sam Giancana. The Church Committee immediately issued a subpoena for Giancana to travel to Washington and testify under oath on national television about the CIA's partnership with the underworld. When the news of the subpoena reached the dark, wood-paneled basements of the Chicago outfit, a cold, terrifying silence fell over the leadership. Tony Accardo and the senior bosses looked at the situation with absolute, calculating logic. Giancana was old, sick, and incredibly bitter about being abandoned by his own people. He was facing immense pressure from the United States Senate. If he sat in front of a microphone and started talking about the CIA, the assassinations, and the hidden political machinery of the country, he might not stop. He might start talking about Las Vegas. He might start talking about the union pension funds. He might bring the entire multi-billion-dollar empire crashing down into the dust. Giancana had become the ultimate liability. He knew too much, and he had nothing left to lose. The corporate board of the Chicago outfit made their final, irrevocable decision. The ghost had to be permanently silenced. Assassinating a man who is being watched around the clock by the FBI is an incredibly difficult task. You cannot send a team of masked gunmen to kick down his front door. You cannot blow up his car in the middle of a quiet suburban street. To get to Sam Giancana, the hitman had to be a ghost. He had to be someone the federal agents would not recognize, or someone Giancana trusted so deeply that he would willingly open his own front door and invite him inside. The evening of June 19th, 1975, was warm and humid. The thick canopy of green leaves over the streets of Oak Park completely blocked out the stars. Giancana was in his house, wearing a comfortable, casual shirt. He had recently undergone gallbladder surgery and was feeling weak, but he was hungry. He went down the narrow wooden stairs into his basement. Like many older Italian-American homes, Giancana had a fully functional second kitchen built into the cool, dark basement. It was a private, comforting space where he loved to cook. He stood at the small stove, surrounded by the familiar, heavy smells of his childhood. He poured golden olive oil into a hot cast-iron pan. He sliced fresh garlic, the sharp, pungent scent filling the low-ceilinged room. He added thick cuts of Italian sausage and bright green peppers, the hot oil hissing and popping as the meat hit the pan. It was a domestic, deeply peaceful scene. The terrifying boss of the Chicago underworld was simply making a late-night snack for himself and a friend. Someone was in the basement with him. Giancana was completely relaxed. He did not have his heavy, loaded revolver in his pocket. He did not have his bodyguard standing at the bottom of the stairs. He turned his back to his guest, focusing on the sausages frying in the pan. The guest stepped quietly across the linoleum floor. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small .22 caliber pistol equipped with a heavy, custom-built silencer. The killer raised the weapon and pointed it directly at the back of Giancana's head. There was no loud, deafening roar. There was only a sharp, muffled crack, like the sound of a heavy book dropping onto a wooden floor. The bullet struck Giancana in the back of the head, instantly severing his brainstem. The former king of Chicago collapsed heavily onto the linoleum, his blood pooling around the legs of the stove. But the killer was not finished. He stepped over the motionless body. He stood directly above Giancana, aiming the silenced pistol downward. He fired 6 more shots in rapid succession. He fired the bullets into a tight, incredibly deliberate circle around Giancana's mouth. In the language of the mafia, this was not just an assassination. It was a loud, terrifying message to anyone else who might consider testifying before the United States Senate. The message was written in blood on the basement floor. This is what happens to men who talk. The killer quietly turned around, walked up the wooden stairs, slipped out the back door, and vanished completely into the warm summer night. The federal agents sitting in their dark sedans at the end of the street saw nothing and heard nothing. They continued to watch the front door of the quiet brick house for hours, completely unaware that the man they were guarding was already dead, while the sausages and peppers slowly burned to black charcoal on the basement stove. The assassination of Sam Giancana sent a massive shockwave across the entire country. It was the last great spectacular mob hit to capture the imagination of the American public. The photographs of the basement kitchen, the frying pan on the stove, and the blood on the floor were printed in every major magazine in the world. The United States Senate was outraged, demanding answers and launching massive investigations into the failure of the FBI to protect their star witness. But no one was ever arrested for the murder. The weapon was never found. The identity of the trusted friend who walked into the basement and pulled the trigger remains one of the darkest, most closely guarded secrets in the history of the underworld. The Chicago outfit had executed a flawless, invisible murder right under the nose of the federal government, proving once again that their power was absolute. With Giancana gone, the last, lingering ghost of the flashy, celebrity gangster era was permanently erased. Tony Accardo and the quiet men of the corporate syndicate breathed a collective sigh of relief. The massive golden river of money from the Las Vegas skim continued to flow into the Midwest without interruption for several more years, until the massive corporations and the Wall Street banks finally bought the desert casinos, pushing the mob out of Nevada forever. Tony Accardo, the man who had started as a brutal enforcer with a baseball bat and evolved into the most successful, untouchable crime boss in American history, lived to be an incredibly old man. He never spent a significant night in a jail cell. He died peacefully of natural causes in 1992, taking the deepest, darkest secrets of the 20th century with him into the grave. Today, if you walk down the streets of Chicago, the city looks completely different from the dark, soot-stained metropolis of the 1920s. The factories that used to pump thick black smoke into the grey sky have been converted into expensive, brightly lit luxury apartments. The narrow, muddy alleys, where men used to fight over barrels of smuggled Canadian whiskey, are now paved, clean, and filled with quiet, expensive restaurants. The massive brick breweries that Elliot Ness and his untouchables smashed with heavy axes have been torn down, replaced by towering skyscrapers of shining glass and steel that reflect the blue water of Lake Michigan. The loud, roaring engines of the Prohibition era have fallen completely silent. The heavy stutter of the Thompson submachine gun is no longer heard on the streets of the North Side or the quiet suburbs of Sisera. The men who built the empire Big Jim Colosimo with his diamond rings, Johnny Torrio with his quiet ledgers, Dion O'Banion in his sweet-smelling flower shop, and Al Capone in his bright mustard suits are nothing more than faded black and white photographs in history books. The underworld that exists today is completely invisible. It lives in the quiet transfer of digital funds, in the hidden lines of corporate accounting, and in the secure, encrypted servers of international banks. There are no more parades, no more flashy silk suits, and no more public wars for the soul of the city. But cities have long memories. The concrete and the steel may change, but the atmosphere remains. When the long, humid summer fades away, and the pale, bruised clouds gather over the dark water of the Great Lakes, the temperature suddenly drops. The sudden, biting chill sweeps through the canyons of the tall buildings, rustling the bare branches of the trees and forcing the people on the sidewalks to pull their heavy coats tight against their chests. It is the exact same freezing wind that greeted thousands of desperate immigrants stepping off the trains a century ago. It is the same wind that howled through the cracks of the wooden garage doors on St. Valentine's Day. And if you stand quietly on the corner of Michigan Avenue in the dead of winter, close your eyes and listen to the cold wind rushing off the restless dark water of the lake, you can almost hear the faint, distant echo of a jazz band playing in a hidden basement. You can almost smell the sharp, metallic scent of gunpowder and the heavy, sweet smell of spilled whiskey. The kings of the shadows are all gone, buried deep beneath the frozen earth. But their stories are permanently woven into the heavy, unyielding pavement of the city. They are the dark, violent bedtime stories of the American century, fading slowly into the quiet, peaceful night. Rest easy, and let the history fade into the dark.